All right, welcome, folks. Disembodied voice of Roffle here. We'll be joining the call in just a moment, but I did want to give a quick setup. This is the Gamers Outreach Tag Team Throwdown. This is a... we're going to have 11 competitors, 11 teams of 2 competitors over the course of 2 days, battling it out, raising money for a great cause. We'll be joining Murphy, or Chip, who's already in the commentary booth right now, in just a moment. But just wanted to give you a quick preview of that. The event will start in about 3 minutes. Doc will be joining us shortly as well in the commentary booth. And overall, we'll be having a good time. We'll probably, well, if you're on Twitch at least, we'll be touching chats. So you can chat with all of the folks viewing the main broadcast. So I'm going to hop into the Discord. Chat interaction will be a little bit limited because the focus will be on the event. Obviously, alerts are muted as well, so don't give me money today. But thank you, Kevin, for the sub. I think Murphy is currently deafened and muted, so he can't hear any of this right now, but surely just a matter of time. He's going over some of the great incentives. If you want to see the incentives, the donation link that is pinned in both chats has a variety of different milestones to work towards, including things that involve me, you know, a variety of different competitors, of course, across the different event today. And, you know, you'll be hearing more about those over the course of today's stream as we reach those incentives or as we reach those different milestones. Let me make sure that I have I need to be able to actually see the competitors when they're competing, it turns out. That would be helpful. All right. Does look like we just have maybe one competitor that we're waiting on, as well as Dr. Spectred, who is going to be, again, joining us in the Shoutcast booth. Also, as I'm sure Murphy is currently explaining right now, but you can't hear him, and neither can I, there will be polls. So the second deck, I believe, chat will be able to, while donating towards the cause, be able to help decide which deck these competitors will be playing on in, I believe, the second round. I could be mistaken on that, but I believe that's the plan. So through your generosity, there will be the capacity to influence how the event goes today in some capacity. We just got to wait for Murphy to finish his spiel. Oh, looks like Bricky is now live. We should have all of our competitors, all of the competitors ready. It looks like some of them are warming up and practicing. They do not know what the decks are. They do not know what the seeds are. The only thing that these players know right now is that they will be competing on white stake, whereas their teammates tomorrow will be competing on gold stake. Then, at the end of the 2 days, their scores will be multiplied together, just like the Chips and Molt and Balatro, and that will be the team's final score. So stay tuned for all that. Yes, there will there will be a Roffle face cam in a moment. We're just waiting for, again, because we're trying to route the same feed through multiple different streams. We just got to have Murphy get our attention. I can't use my camera in Discord right now because I am using it elsewhere. All right, we're joining. See you, chat. No longer speaking to you directly. I believe that browser source that you see right on the screen right now is going to be me. Oh, there I am. You can see through me, though.
There you go, Roffle. I think you're in now.
I am. I'm a little bit transparent.
Yeah, I might need to color correct a little bit here, but that's okay. Unfortunately, we couldn't get Roffle in the banana suit. The tailor that I usually have is on vacation with Murphy right now, so he was unavailable.
That's fine. That happens from time to time. You know, he does good work, so he's a busy fella.
He does work. All right, let's get you situated here behind the desk. All right.
Actually, you may need to. Sorry, I just changed my settings to a little bit, so it may need some. Nope, we're fine.
I think we're good. The size differential might be a little bit odd from the viewing side, chat. Don't worry about that. We're roughly the same height, I think. Although my head is actually this large in real life, though.
Yeah. Well, so is mine. I just I shrink it down in post.
All right. Okay, chat. Well, you're live, correct?
I am indeed live. Yes.
All right, I'll send you over a
all of this.
Let's see. Can I even collaborate with you?
Oh, right. Yeah, we got to touch chats.
Invite guests. Roffle. Send invite.
I think I got it.
And then Doc will be joining us shortly.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I've got my mic muted so they're not triple hearing me or whatever.
Start sharing chat. Something went wrong. Try again later.
That'll happen.
Thanks, Twitch.
Yeah, what a great service they've provided. Share chat is on, though. Nope.
There we go. Now it's working. Okay. All right, we got it, chat. We got it. We're here. Oof. Technical difficulties, but, you know, hey, it happens.
I mean, there's a lot of technical considerations getting this streamed to three different channels on 2 different platforms. So 6 total, you know, channels effectively. There's a lot of moving parts here.
And I think my YouTube crashed.
Oh no.
Oh, we're pulling Doc in. Oops.
Oh,
I think.
Hold on.
There he is.
Oh, looking good, Doc.
What up, Doc?
Oh, I thought I'd dress up for the occasion.
Yeah, I guess I didn't get the memo about the dress code. I'm sorry. I've let you both down.
Nah, it's fine. You know what I can do? Chat, if you want. I have a little bit of expertise in the photoshopping department. So if if you've already seen the poster,
I'll just have to never move.
I'm going with this.
I'll just be a statue the whole time.
Let me bring this up real quick. It's not gonna be my greatest work, but hey, you know what? It'll work in a pinch. All right, let's see what we can do here, chat. I have the ultimate set of tools.
That is why you are indeed the greatest showman in Balatro.
All right, let's see.
All right, let me make sure I'm constantly in frame.
It's so scuffed.
It's perfect.
Oh, it's wonderful. Get you behind the desk. There you go.
Yeah.
You know what? Good looking bunch right here. Good looking bunch.
All definitely matching and coordinating our attires.
Exactly. But yeah, as I was saying, ! Donate. Go check out the information on the Tiltify. You'll see a lot of rewards. You'll see the milestones. We're already at $700. Thank you guys so much for your support. But Doc, Roffle, for those of you that don't know, I don't know anybody that wouldn't know you. Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
I'll let
Sorry,
Doc.
Roffle, why don't you go
first? So.
Okay, sure. I think we're both trying to avoid talking over each other. I'm Roffle. I play a lot of Balatro and post a lot of videos on YouTube of me playing the game okay sometimes. And trying to do my best to be as entertaining as Chip and Murphy.
There's only one showman, and it's not close.
It's true.
Who? Sorry, I got a resub, so I missed it. Did you guys say something nice?
It's
no,
possible.
absolutely we wouldn't. There's no way.
Yeah.
Must have misheard us. Yeah, I'm Dr. Spectre. Not everyone knows that I'm also Balatro University on YouTube, and when I say not everybody, it's got to be a really small sliver. But I make daily Balatro videos. The thing that I'm doing right now is daily gold stake videos, and then mostly speed running when we're streaming. But I've been playing the game a long time, since the beginning.
Doc, I sent you an invite to the shared chat. If you'd like to join it, you might see something pop up in your chat on the other side. But thank you guys both for joining me in the booth. Doc joined me last year. Roffle has, I guess you would say, graduated. Winner of last year's event. Name on the banana trophy, first annual, top banana award, engraved forever. So I guess if you win the event, you get upgraded to the booth and you get a golden banana jacket as well.
The booth is going to get awfully crowded next year then, because we've got 2 teams of 2 here. So there's going to be theoretically 5 of us in here.
We're going to need a bigger booth.
Yeah, we're gonna need a bigger booth for sure.
But Doc, do you want to walk everybody through what today's rules are going to be? I'll bring those up real quick so people can see. I did steal this from your video, but it was the best graphic that I could find that I didn't have to make this morning.
I mean, that works. Yeah, real quick, can you remind me, where did you send the invite link for the shared chat?
It should be in your
Twitch home.
Might show up on your chat.
Yeah, Twitch homepage. If you go there, there should be a notification.
Twitch homepage, not the dashboard, the streaming dashboard.
Yeah, sometimes
Yeah, it should be in
the
Stream
dash.
Manager.
It should be there, but sometimes it's slower to load.
Oh, I pushed a button. All right, we're in.
All right. Chat is saying I'm a little low, so I'm going to turn down you guys a smidge.
I think
I am
that
a
might
little low for
be
some reason. I don't
specifically
know
on
why.
my end. I've turned you up, so we may be competing
Well,
for
no.
control there.
For some reason, my audio input is not the same as it traditionally is, but
Oh,
not sure why. Should be fine though. Sounds perfect now. All right, cool.
cool.
All right,
Cool.
shared
You know,
chat
I'm
is
sure they'll
enabled.
tell us
Everybody's
in
in.
a minute if it's not good.
Yeah, there's it's never left to doubt when it comes to any sort of tech issue when you're streaming.
Yeah, hard to tell when it's good, but you know when it's not good
Exactly.
right away.
Exactly.
All right, so the format for today is similar to Twitch Rivals and other similar events that we've had in the past. And so the idea is you have 1 hour to get the highest score that you can. You have a set seed, so you can restart as many times as you want. But you need to get your high score within the first 8 ante, so you need to do non-endless mode. All players are going to be playing on the same deck and playing on the same seed, so presumably the same starting conditions. 1 hour we found out is just enough time to either play through once completely slowly, or you can play through multiple times if you play a little bit faster. And so that could be some additional layer of strategy. That's one thing I like about this format.
Awesome. I think we have everybody live right now, going through and looking at everybody. They will all be using the same timer. They will all be using the same seed. I think somebody might need to let Bean know that he needs to get his timer up, as well as the donation bar. But other than that, for the most part, we are good. Let's take a look at today's competitors. So we have Deep Stack Dave, Nandre, Bean, Young Skirt, Dom Palambi, Mouth, Vagabond Balatro, Bricky, Nito, Orange Aces, and Fur. We will be checking out the leaderboard in between rounds as we go through. We have some fantastic staff from Doc and C-Dubs and my communities helping us out on the back end. So they will be doing all the magic, and we will just be showing their hard work here. But we will be checking in on this leaderboard from time to time. Also, we will be having some wonderful information showing up at the bottom. Hopefully this works. So you can see some information about the charity as we go through things, as well as some information about our competitors once we show some of the up close parts of some of the runs, to make sure you guys know who you're watching. I highly recommend you to type !players in chat. If you're in Twitch, unfortunately, it's not working in YouTube right now, but go follow them on Twitch, check out their perspectives, follow their content. They're fantastic creators, and I'm looking forward to seeing them cook.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, completely stacked lineup. We've got some folks who play Balatro either every day or almost every day, and we've got some folks who don't necessarily play every day, but definitely have played a lot in the past and definitely have the experience to be competitive here today.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of big names and some familiar faces for those of you that are, in tune with the Balatro community, or maybe some more casual viewers will still be able to see some names that you might recognize from other games that are still, heavily involved in making the number go up every once in a while.
Exactly.
Whoa. Who are you calling casuals? In chat, we got all the Balatro experts. We got the best backseaters on this game.
Speaking of backseaters, chat, what I will ask you all to do, I know in Balatro everyone goes, streamer Joker order. Oh, why didn't you dupe this? Why didn't you take the wheel? Why didn't you take the judgment? Please refrain from helping the competitors today as we go through this event. Because it'll get them in trouble. I'm just going to be honest with you. It'll get them in trouble. It'll get them banned from the event. They'll never be able to. So if the best thing that you can do is to just, if you're going to say, hey, maybe you should have duped Blueprint instead of Baron, just sit on your hands. Just don't do that. But I highly encourage you all to interact with chat. Have a good time. Just don't backseat. Don't help. Because we're here to have a good time. This is a very casual event. It's going to be sweaty as far as this booth is concerned, because the heat has not turned off and the AC is not turned on. So the only thing sweaty that we won today is 1 out of 3 of the broadcasters. So
let's make that 2.
We're going to get started here shortly. Doc's been cooking up some seeds.
I did some research. Yeah, I spent about maybe 7 hours on it. I was up until 4 a.m. last night.
Jeez. Given what you cooked up last year, I'm excited to see what you've got in store for these players. This will be a mystery for both Murphy and I. Like you said, we were not up until 4 a.m. with these with you. So just like the players will be seeing these seeds for the first time as they're going through them. So, it'll be a surprise to us and the viewers what you've got in store for them.
For sure. We're playing on Gold Stake tomorrow, so that's a whole new canvas for me to work with. We got Eternals, Perishables, Rentals. Exciting.
Absolutely. So we will be playing some vanilla Balatro. We've asked all of our competitors to remove mods just for simplicity of the viewing experience. And then we might have some issues where some of the video in here crashes, but we'll fix that as we go along. I'm going to ping the white stake players to see if they are ready to go. Just have them give me a thumbs up. We will be posting the seeds in our Discord. We will be hitting the timer, and then we will be off to the races. What I will say, though, for our donation incentives, every round we're going to have a $1,000 target that we would like to hit. And at the end of each round, if we hit that $1,000 target, Wout and Playstack have generously provided some Balatro Steam keys. So if you want to win a Steam key, we will be giving those away as we hit those $1,000 targets. So thank you guys so much for showing up, everybody that's already donated already. And Doc, Roffle, you ready to light this firecracker?
I think so,
Well,
yeah.
I'm seeing Dom and Nito checking in. Still waiting on a few more people. Sorry, I'm not trying to put anyone on blast.
Well,
okay,
you know,
I'm seeing thumbs up on the screens. Okay, cool.
I'm only concerned about whether or not I'm ready, so I was just
Right.
I was just ready to send us off either way.
The first deck is going to be the abandoned deck. We'll give them the deck, and then after a delay, give them the seed.
And chat, you can vote on what deck they play next. Exclamation point donate. There is a poll down at the bottom where we have, I believe, Magic, Zodiac, Anaglyph, and Erratic to vote on. I believe Magic is currently winning for round 2. So you can decide their fate for round 2. Exclamation point donate and go down to the poll, and you can go from there.
Yeah, if you are in my chat, though, that is exclamation point donation. I've just updated it because apparently there's a conflict with the built-in stream elements command. So to avoid any confusion, it is exclamation point donation. I cannot remove the built-in one, so don't give to that one.
All right.
We already have our first shirtless competitor with Natre. showing off the belly. Thank you, Natre. I just looked over and saw that.
I was doing some troubleshooting and unfortunately I missed that, so I'll have to check back on the VOD to get that.
Also,
get them
chat,
early, get them often.
Chat, if you could do us a favor, anytime you see a big score, funny moment, things like that, please clip it, post it in my Discord, Roffle's Discord, or Doc's Discord in between rounds. We will bring up a replay to see the funny moments throughout the run as we wait for our scores to be calculated.
All right. Let me know when you have the timer ready, and I'll send the seed.
Okay. Well, we do.
Timer is ready.
It does look like Vagabond is offline. We may have some.
Hold on.
He does, but he did say he's ready. So
does
he
might just
know?
need to reload. Might just need to reload the stream.
Okay, it's on my side.
We will have this from time to time. We're running 12 streams or 11 streams at once, and also broadcasting simultaneously. It might be a little taxing on my machine sometimes, but we'll just hit a nice reload and wait for this to pop back up. There we go.
Okay. It was a multi-twitch thing, it looks like. Cool.
All right. Doc, if you want to go ahead and give them the seed.
All right. The first seed is going to be Spook 1, 2, 3.
It's a very seasonally appropriate seed. I'm looking forward to seeing just how spooky it is. I'm imagining this.
Until we see them start, and then I'll start the timer.
It's probably just a 5 scary face opportunity.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you got a strategically timed jump scare.
Okay. That's interesting. I
Hopefully
can only imagine
works.
what that might be on Abandoned deck.
Right. So, okay, if the scary face does show up, do you take it on the abandoned deck?
Maybe with that pair of Dolias that I'm seeing in the first shop here.
Ooh.
I could give some interesting opportunities. And again, Murphy mentioned this at the beginning, but it bears repeating. Players do have the opportunity to scout out the seed and run it back, as long as they don't post their scores past ante-8 don't count. So they can play the seed as many times as they want. They can take a look, or they can just run it and say, you know what, let's make a big number really quickly, and then post the score. But you know, there is some value I found having competed last year in giving yourself an opportunity to see the shops multiple times so that you can kind of get a full assessment of the seed and make proper use of everything at your disposal.
For sure, yeah. We said in the rules no save scumming, in the sense that when you exit to the menu, you're not able to reload back in. You have to start over completely, but you are able to start over as many times as you want. And you said, okay, there maybe could be some advantage to doing a little bit of scouting, especially in the first few antes. If you maybe re-roll a couple times further than you normally would, you might be able to see some stuff which could be useful. In this particular seed, we have in the first Buffoon pack, credit card gives you a lot of opportunity to re-roll a few extra times to just see what's in the shops, or, you know, open a few extra booster packs, do some exploring, and then once you know what is you want to get and where to find it, then you can go back and do it all over.
Yeah, you can see Dom doing that right now, just getting a full assortment of jokers, because, you know, if you decide to restart the seed, the money that you lose isn't permanent, right? You can just go back and say, well, maybe that was not the best decision. I can get that money back and try again. You know, I think that again, this is a little bit of metagaming, but knowing Doc, I would initially be grabbing that Pareidolia, looking to see something like maybe there's a trading card Canio setup, because that's a little cheeky on specifically Abandoned deck, and that sounds, you know, like something that could make for an interesting seed. So I'd be trying that out. I do like the idea of picking up the credit card too, just to open up your options, especially on the first run through.
It looks like a lot of our.
Sorry, go ahead, Murphy. Sorry.
So it looks like a lot of our competitors have chosen to restart after seeing sort of the line that they could be going with here on Abandoned deck. So real quick, I do want to shout out, as we have a little bit of time for some of our resetters here, a $300 donation from Anonymous. There is a 2x donation match in progress right now by Anonymous for $1,000. What that means, chat, is that your money right now is doubled. So the next $1,000 will be doubled. If you donate 10, it will be 20. If you donate 100, it'll be 200. So there is currently a donation match in progress. Go check that out right now. Thank you, Anonymous, for that. $300 from Anonymous, $100 from Nugs Enormous, $50 from Stupid. Thank you guys so much for the donations. We'll be trying to read as many as possible as we go through this.
Yeah,
maybe something I will say is we see right now it's already maybe 4 minutes in, and the players are still in, you know, what looks like the first ante, the first 2 or 3 rounds. And that's because of this constant restarting. If you spend a lot of time restarting the early antes, you can get you know, a huge head start that way, but you might not have enough time to get to what stuff is later. And so there could be some strategy where you actually don't care about Pareidolia early, you don't care about scoring jokers early, you don't care about the typical stuff, you just want to equip yourself with stuff that allows you to play faster and explore deeper, and then use that future information back in the early antes to optimize.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of these players lean in on the aces, especially with picking up the Scholar. I think that's great for the early game, but does fall off pretty quickly, especially when you're looking to make a big number. Mal, for instance, eyeballing this Gold Seal ace, and I did see Dom, I believe, had some Red Seal aces. So there's some high quality aces, but then, you know, you run the risk of getting stuck with those just because a Scholar isn't really going to you know, last you long term. But, you know, you get Gold Seals, you get Red Seals, the jokers become a little bit less important if you're making money and able to re-trigger some glass.
Yeah, so we are playing on the Abandoned deck, so the players don't start with any face cards. If they want face cards, they have to get them from standard packs, or potentially use Strength on a 10, that'll make a Jack. And so it is easier to draw those aces, and so maybe it does make some sense to build around those aces. So already we see Nito towards the bottom here has the red seal on the ace, re-triggering that ace. And so already with that good ace, we can score with just the scholar, and we don't need any other jokers for scoring. That leaves more space for potentially value generating jokers. And then already with the red seal, you can then start manipulating it, turning it into glass or lucky cards or whatever you need it to be later, whereas other players, maybe a little bit more greedy for the face cards specifically, might take longer to get there. And we only have 8 antes for them to figure everything out.
Now, Doc and Roffle, I got a question for you. I know I'm familiar with a lot of these players. Some I'm not as familiar with. If you had to pick a shark from this group right now, who would you not want to get into the water with?
Well, given the both of us just finished up the Major League Balatro season, I think it's impossible not to say Bean. But even outside of his pretty incredible performance there, both in the playoff weekend and just throughout the season, he's been grinding Balatro for quite a while now. Was an early adopter of multiplayer, which does require you to work fast to make a high number. So this is like right in his skill set. But, we also saw Mouth and Nandre both have great seasons in that. And you've got Vagabond, who is the minor league Balatro champion. So there's a wide range of very skilled players here throughout both of these days.
Yeah, I mean, Bean absolutely dominating Major League Balatro, but Fur and Mouth both had good results against him. So interesting to see, if this different format changes anything. And also it begs the question, can he fight though? You mentioned getting in the water and you being chased. The person I would be most scared of is Ran. Unfortunately could not be here with us today.
Yeah.
I heard he could beat a coyote in a fight.
I don't know. I saw him try to beat a coyote in a mod and didn't have too much luck with it, but that might just be for content.
Well, yeah. That's in a video game, but in fisticuffs, I heard he could do it. That's what I heard.
But chat, as we zoom in on some of our players, you'll see some information from all of them. I'll just go through some of these really quickly. Our competitor Bricky told us that they would depressurize Space Joker if given the chance. So I have a feeling that if Space Joker is any part of this seed or future seeds for them, we might not be seeing Space Joker in the lineup for him.
Can we get the zoom on Bricky? Bricky is the furthest in the seed right now in ante 4, followed closely behind by Orange Aces.
Yeah, and he has some enhanced aces, making that death count with that foil ace right now. And there's a mime as well. Interesting choice on the mime. Steel cards would be very nice for them if they get those online as well as the gold cards for a lot of econ. What I will say in terms of econ is if there are any ties for the high score, the most money will be the most important there, as that will be our tiebreaker. So maybe investing in some gold cards for a little pocket change might not be that bad of an idea.
Yeah, in addition to the mime, there is the potential again for those, as we see, continued deaths coming from Bricky here. There's the opportunity for those red seal steal, because we did see some of the players pick up an early red seal ace. Not your typical Baron mime build, but can still get you pretty far again with that re-triggering option on your steal. Can get you pretty far in an anti-8 run compared to some of the other things at your disposal.
Yeah, typically in a long run, if you're just playing blind on a random seed, you build around what are the possible jokers that you could get. What are the more common jokers that you can get. You can build around the photograph and the Chad. But within this 8 ante context where you have the full information of everything that's available, you don't necessarily have to build around the common components. You can just go straight for, maybe these red seal aces is the answer for this particular seed.
Speaking of seeds, I think we might be have already decided what the next deck will be. There is a $250 donation towards the erratic deck for round 2 from Oplax. Good luck to the competitors. Thank you for doing this for a good cause. So next round might get a little wacky.
That's not a big surprise. The erratic deck is definitely a fan favorite just because of the wide variance that you get with just hoping to roll some silly decks out of it.
Can we
Absolutely.
get the zoom on orange aces? If that's all right?
Absolutely, we can.
So I mentioned Bricky and Orange Aces. They are sort of leading the frontier. They are as far as possible in the seed. And Orange Aces here has the Sixth Sense. Bricky also has the Sixth Sense. That could be a source of these spectral cards, very powerful. Could get seals, or you could get ectoplasm for an extra Joker slot. This particular Sixth Sense has given Orange Aces immediately a red seal. So when you play it back the second time, knowing that that red seal is available to you, you can put it on whatever card that you want. You're no longer bound to those aces. So what we see in this initial run might be very different from what they play it back. And, you know, we'll see who has time and who has the interest in trying to explore this Sixth Sense line.
Yes, and I did see that when he first picked it up, Bricky also got that red seal pretty quickly. I don't know if he added the red seal ace initially to his deck from the standard pack, but did end up making up for it with the Sixth Sense. Also, looks like the next one is giving an Ankh, which could be interesting, especially since the players did have a Bloodstone at their disposal. A little bit awkward going into the head, but you know, that could be, as you see Bricky building towards hearts, could be an opportunity for some pretty good scoring. Again, with the limited options available to you and the limited time available to you.
Bricky has unlocked the flush 5. Orange Aces did take that Bloodstone. Orange Aces, one of our handful of international competitors. They are from Canada, and they enjoy playing hockey in the winter and doing golf in the summer. Malf also fellow Canadian. And we have a couple of people from the UK with Deep Stack Dave up here in your top right. Dave is home to, and I can attest to this, the loudest stream on Twitch. It is an absolute blast to watch Deep Stack Dave give himself sort of an extra challenge while he's setting world records in Resident Evil 2 by being distracted by gale winds of sound coming at him from all directions and all sorts of alerts and redeems and such. And he's also made up of about 75% cheese in his blood. Good friend of the Murphy Ob show. Definitely go check out Deep Stack Dave. Fantastic competitor, as all these competitors that you see on the screen are.
That's a lot of cheese.
It is. We've also passed $2,000, so we will be doing a hat giveaway shortly. We're at $21.92. 431 of that anonymous $1,000 donation match. So thank you guys so much for the donation so far.
We see Vagabond and Bean are back in Ante 1 again. So, you know, with 15 minutes down, they're back at square one. They did not get as far as Orange Aces and Bricky. Bricky and Ante 5, Orange Aces and Ante 6 now. So they, you know, maybe they have not seen the Bloodstone. They don't know that that's the line that they might want to do. Maybe they haven't seen the photograph yet. They don't know if that's the line that they want to do. Yeah, maybe if they get, you know, a very clean Ante 1, that'll give them a head start where they can catch back up.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how... Wow, there's a jump scare for you. I'm surprised at how quickly and how... you know, without many restarts or scouting, Orange Aces has been able to like really find a lot of interesting things in this seed and, you know, put himself in a good position to pump up a good score. He just picked up a blueprint, kept the Pareidolia for quite some time, is rewarded with the Faceless Joker and the photograph to get some, you know, pretty good scoring opportunities in addition to that Bloodstone.
Yeah, Pareidolia making every card into a face card, and then Blueprint being able to copy Faceless. That Pareidolia, by the way, comes from the first shop, so holding it this whole time, getting this huge reward, and sort of recognizing, okay, as we're going along and seeing these other shops, these other antes, is there anything that I would be willing to drop the Pareidolia for? Maybe not, and maybe you have that space.
Yeah, we see more and more of these.
That he's going to be making from this as well.
True. We see more and more of these players that are restarting, really narrowing in on that Pareidolia, looking for opportunities to make it useful. And there are many, not just the photograph, but like Murphy was, or what Chip was saying, the Pareidolia.
I don't know who this Murphy fella is. He's not here.
That's my mistake. I'm sorry. The Pareidolia pairs extraordinarily well with the Faceless Joker. That's maybe my favorite combo with Pareidolia is We just saw Baron get rolled past with the mime on the board. That's an interesting.
There's no way Baron is the answer, right?
There can't be. There can't be.
Unless
He does have jacks, though. I mean,
Yeah.
And one thing about the players like both Bricky and Orange Aces, and even Young Skirt, who's on anti-6 right now.
just pick up the blueprint.
Yeah, picking up a blueprint, being in a good spot. They're playing through this the first time so quickly, they're going to give themselves the opportunity to see the whole seed and then potentially do a run back with all the information that they have. So
That's so much information.
it really is. It really is. And, you know, Fur here on Anti-5 also getting a decent look at this, picking up the beloved Photo Chad combo. No Paradolia, but does have at least one Jack in the mix. And, you know, that can snowball quickly because we've seen some of these other players get a lot of deaths over the course of this run. Choosing to lock in on the aces instead because, let's be honest, that's a lot of money. But having the opportunity to, you know, make use of that Photo Chad while still being on abandoned deck.
If
Yeah,
you like looking inside, this is the seed for that, apparently.
We don't need every card to be a face card. We just need the 5-card hand, the final hand, to be face cards. And so, you know, we can make copies of these aces. We can get the gold seals and generate the money with the Chad. And then when we need to score that big hand, potentially with the face cards. We do see Fur just picked up a negative Dusk.
Ooh.
I had not seen this for anyone else. So Fur is the first one to find it in Anti-5. Other folks who have passed through Anti-5 have not seen it yet. And part of that is Fur is making so much money from these gold seal aces. So setting up those aces in the early game to generate this money and then switching to potentially some different scoring plan later.
Yep. Another thing that we are seeing from Bean on Anti-3 is a holographic Oops All Sixes with the knowledge that a Bloodstone is coming up. I don't.
Yeah, Bean
I don't know
did get that knowledge, and then so now is holding on to the oops, just like you said. And we have in the short term, we still have those lucky cards that we can trigger.
Lucky cards and again the gold seals. Bean makes great use out of those gold seals consistently. That's one of the things that impressed me most in his Major League Balatro play is really just eking out every bit of value from those gold seals, and they do add up. You saw earlier that's the reason that Fur was able to find that negative Dusk, and you know if Bean does something similar, that may allow him to find those as well, or that Dusk as well.
Watching Bean practice for the event, they were very heavy on resetting, even late, as late as 20 minutes left in the round, and they sort of did like a speed run to get back to that point. So they are very invested in routing for this event. Doc Roffle, how important is that routing to an event like this, and when should you stop to try to get a score on the board?
Oh, the routing is everything. You need to know what are the jokers that are available to me so that I can build around them. If I know Bloodstone is the plan in the future, then I can start building hearts. If I know something else is available, I can do something different. So you said already, you know, Bean was able to see the Bloodstone in the future, was able to take the dice ahead of time. You want to know where the red seals are, because the red seals are going to be re-triggering effects, and that's going to give you more points. There are different ways to get red seals, and some of them are easier than others, and so you want to know where are those red seals, what cards can I actually apply them to. And so if I know, you know, maybe a red seal 6 is in a booster pack, then maybe I can start building around 6s in the early game.
Holy, we have another $1,000 match on the Tiltify. Currently 3x donation match in progress. Chat, your money is 3 times as valuable. And some of the things that we want to talk about, as you see right here, donate on the screen, it doesn't matter how much you give, everything makes a massive impact. It's $4,000 to make the go-karts. The go-karts are a portable gaming system that can go in between the rooms of a hospital, that have consoles and screens and controllers that the kids that are currently in care can play, because being in the hospital is scary as an adult, and it's extra scary when you're a kid. So $10 can stock an item in the Save Point vending machines, which can give them plushies and toys and gaming things like that. $30 is a controller, $60 is a game. So if all you have is a dollar or two, it goes immensely far, because those things add up to making a huge impact for these kids that Gamers Outreach is supporting. So thank you guys so much for everybody that's donated so far. Absolutely fantastic.
Can we go to Young Skirt?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so here we're seeing among the players that have now caught up and have now reached the later antes, we see this is Ante 7. The last normal boss is the Serpent. So the question is High Card ever the answer? Is Baron ever the answer? We saw the very early mime, we saw Blueprint, we saw in Ante 7 specifically, one of the first Jokers is the Baron, and then Skirt also passed a Bean after not too many rerolls. So if we know we have access to maybe Sixth Sense, we can get the Red Seal, we can apply the Red Seal wherever we want. Maybe that could be a somewhat complicated plan, but it could be a successful plan if well executed.
Yeah, if you bring up Dom Palombi right now, I think he's pretty well positioned for that. You don't see it here, but he's already made, I saw in the previous ante, 3 Red Seal Steel Aces with a Steel King ready to go, really locking in on that mime, and he just generated a deja vu for that potential Steel King. He doesn't know about the Baron that's upcoming. He doesn't know about the Serpent that's upcoming, like some of these other players that are further in do, but is in a really good position. Him alongside Nandre, who also has some Steel Kings with that mime right now, could be set up to make great use of that Serpent on Ante 7, because there's also that Blueprint there that could give you some additional retriggers and scoring effects and really get the score going, as Dom does decide, it looks like, to use the Red Seal on the Steel King. That's going... He's really laboring over this, but he's
thinking about it.
And this is the benefit of some of these players getting that extra information, is that if you know that there's a Serpent and there's a Baron coming up on Ante 7, you don't even think about it, you just rip it. But still has to beat the blinds getting up to that point.
That is a plan that is going to not work out most of the time. It's going to be very rare that you're able to pull that off, but maybe with all of the information together, we could see the line. And hopefully maybe some of these players see the line.
Speaking of seeing the line, Bean does use that money that he generated to roll into that Nat Negative Dusk with $45 remaining. I think he's been pretty far ahead of some of the other positions people were in as a result of just managing that econ. You can see a lot of gold seals in the deck, and the faceless Paradolia combo putting in work as well.
Now, fellas, I do need to step away shortly because somebody in the chat just redeemed a judgment. So I'll see you when I see you. But also $500 for the erratic deck right now. I think that's running away with it at the moment. $200 donation from Rogue Princess. Thank you so much. Absolutely crushing it, guys. This is fantastic. But I'll be back shortly. But we'll have a guest for a little while. Hopefully, they're nice.
I can't wait to see what the judgment spawns. I got a pretty lucky hanging Chad yesterday, so hopefully we get some similar good fortune off of this judgment.
I'll miss you. I do notice we got the 9 in the background. How long has that been there?
He snuck it in, I think, right from the start. I'm not sure. Maybe Chip has something in for Murphy specifically. It does not share.
What did he mean by this?
Yeah, maybe it does not share the same disdain for Cloud9 that Murphy does.
I'm seeing Vagabond here has 2 mimes. Vagabond did a lot of extra scouting, way more scouting than most other people, and was able to find an invisible Joker as early as Ante 3. No other players have seen that. That could be something that we then turn into. I mean, it's mime right now, but maybe with the run back, that could be an invisible Joker, or sorry, that could be a Blueprint, that could be a Baron. Because this is a seeded run, you can control a little bit, you can predict a little bit what the invisible Joker will hit if you are routing it correctly.
Right. And along the way, I did notice that Vagabond was working on, I think it was a 9 at the time, but working on getting a Red Seal up. and using some strengths on that. So I don't think it's practical to go the strength route to get the red seal into a king, but does have the sixth sense that we know generates a deja vu at some point. So there's, you know, some opportunity to still find a red seal king and capitalize on these this double mine gameplay.
Yeah, something interesting about the Sixth Sense or whatever kind of card generation. If you use Sixth Sense in one ante, you'll get one spectral card, and if you use it in a different ante, you will get a different spectral card, presumably. And so Vagabond actually found an earlier Sixth Sense and may use those sixes to get different cards than what other players are seeing. So other players are seeing, you know, maybe in this ante 5 Sixth Sense, they get the red seal immediately, and maybe Vagabond will use their sixes and not see that at all.
Yeah.
Though I am seeing in the chat that Vagabond does have the red steel king already locked up.
All right. So just like Dom, so it does seem to be in a good position for playing towards that Baron. Maybe has the extra bit of information because, like you said, did spend some time routing, and you know isn't on their first run through of that. And there's that red seal king. So chat was right. Also, you know, locking in on those gold seals as well, getting a lot of money to continue rolling deep into these shops.
Yeah,
Who
so
are
that's
you
red
bozos?
seal, red seal king for Vagabond, red seal king for we said Dom also. I forgot there was one more. I think it was Nandre.
Nandre had the steel kings. I don't know if he found the red seal for it yet. So it doesn't look like it.
Oh, I see. Maybe not yet. Yeah, I can see.
As it's in hand, and there's no sixth sense either, so that could be potentially limiting for Nandre, but you know, still could be in a good position to get that big score on the board.
Yeah, there are a lot of different. There's a lot of different things to explore, and so how much you can explore depends on how quickly you can play. And you know, if you know what you're looking for, then you can potentially explore faster.
What's a Joker's favorite way to freshen their breath? A judgment. I'm here all week. Tip your streamers.
I thought this was a judgment-free zone, man.
I can't get no respect.
Unfortunately, the generosity of chat has has left us at the whims of the hack.
I come out of the void a couple times a year. Let me do some jokes. That's all I want to do, okay? I'm here to entertain people. I'm here to have a good time. Looks like we got a bunch of cards on the screen.
That is exactly right, yeah.
I don't see me nowhere.
Except for Fur, not so many cards. Fur is back in Ante 1. Maybe setting up for what will be their final run.
Yeah, and I believe Orange
30
Aces...
minutes left.
Orange Aces just did the same thing. And again, Orange was quite deep in the run, probably saw that Baron and Serpent and is thinking, this mime's looking pretty good for me right now.
I see Mime, I see Scholar, I see Photo, even the Bloodstone that never works.
Yeah. No, that's actually a good point. Chat always tells me, Hack, that you're the best Joker for Abandoned deck.
I am.
So surely...
I am.
Surely these players are going to be making use of Hack. There's just no reason not to.
Holy moly, we got a $500 donation from Simon Jeffrey. I help anytime. Thank you for the $500. If only I got paid like that for my shows. And a $1,000 anonymous donation. Tag you're it. Listen, I don't have the speed that I did in my youth, but if we're gonna be playing tag, I guess I'm gonna be it for a while. Thank you for the $1,000 donation. Holy moly!
Yeah, already on day one, run one, nearly halfway through to the goal for the entire event. That's incredible.
And if I know anything about the bozo that was here before, he will probably cry. Not me, I'm tough. Just don't boo me.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Looks like Malphus found the Bloodstone. There's also a What is that? What is it? The trading card? We're thinning the deck and abandoned? Interesting.
Trading card and the Troubadour. Another opportunity. Again, the Baron Mime setup relies on having a lot of cards in hand. That's why the Serpent is such a useful boss blind for it. But the Troubadour also gives you kind of a mini Serpent as you're kind of, running through the antes and trying to score.
Yeah, Troubadour right now, and then we said also potentially in ante 7, the ante that has the Serpent does have that bean.
Ooh, I did not see that, but I know somebody that will see that and choose that, which is the Competitor bean. Always looking for an opportunity to pick up, those his namesake and make good use out of it.
I appreciate
a lot of Balatro
when people are on brand. It's nice. It's refreshing, you know?
Yeah, I respect it. I played a lot of Balatro maybe, and playing with the bean is a good time, every time.
We got some photo chat action. Oh, looks like Orange Aces has found the Burnt Joker. Looks like he's going to be leveling up some hands, especially if he makes his entire deck essentially very powerful.
Yeah, so let's say, if the thing that you want to do is you want to do high card and then re-trigger all your steel cards and Baron with your Mime, then those high card levels matter a lot. So, the high card starts out at 1 molt, and then if you go to level 2, that's twice as much molt. If you go level 3, that's 50% more on top of that. So every level matters, and using the Burnt Joker to level up those high cards could be the move. That could be the difference. A couple levels difference between players who potentially have similar Jokers.
Yeah, and in addition to the Burnt Joker, I also saw some Steel Queens for Orange Aces, which are a little bit easier than Aces to make into Kings if going into that Baron game plan.
For sure. Yeah, I will say we are just slightly past halftime now. We've got about 27 minutes remaining. So with the halftime that we've seen, what seems to be, at least from our perspective, what is the scoring plan to you, Roffle, from what you've seen?
From what I've seen, I think it's hard to pass up on the opportunity to farm the Serpent with a Mime in tow, especially if you're in the position Vagabond was with the double Mime. I think that looking for a way to justify not just the Baron, but the Baron could help, and building towards that if you know it's coming is a little bit easier. But trying to set up for that maybe the best route. Secondarily, there is that Nat negative Dusk, and that can be pretty appealing because it gives you a 6 Joker slot. We see Bean with the Oops All Sixes. That could be a way that just if you aren't able to get the density or quantity of Steel and Kings in your deck because you are an abandoned deck, that may actually end up being the route to the highest score, especially if you get some glass in there for that one hand.
Yeah, I guess on the topic of this negative Dusk, with the Baron and the Mime, there's only the one Baron, there's only the one Mime. If you're going for what could be Bloodstone or Idol or Ancient Joker, you play a big hand, 5 cards, and then you re-trigger all the 5 cards. There's a lot of interchangeable parts as far as you could get Hack, which re-triggers all of the low cards. If you have Pareidolia or you just have face cards, you can use Sock and Buskin to re-trigger those. You could use this Dusk that you mentioned. Potentially you could use Seltzer, not necessarily for a long time, but we're just looking for a short-term burst, the one big score. Maybe if you have, we have the Oops All Sixes, we get the dice, combine it with the Bloodstone, so the Bloodstone is guaranteed. That is as powerful as what an Ancient Joker would be. I will say, though, Fur in 35 minutes is the only one who's seen the negative Dusk. Only one who knows it exists.
I believe Bean saw it on a previous run back as well. I think.
Okay.
Given that Bean is
deep in one of the antes.
Right. Given that Bean is rolling into 2s, I don't know if I didn't see it, but that gives me the impression that maybe Bean, in addition to the Dusk, also saw a hack, because really working those aces, the first player that we've seen working those aces into twos, there aren't really great retrigger options other than the Dusk, other than the Seltzer for specifically aces. But if you can turn them into twos, you don't have to rely on 2 Joker slots of the Pareidolia and the Sock and Buskin like you would if you're going that route. So if there is a hack that could, that could put Bean in a very good spot to put up a big score here.
Well, we know there's one right here, and I'm here for like, I don't know, like another 10 minutes. I got another gig. It looks like Bean has both the Hex and the Ankh. Got rid of the Hex, taking the Death instead. He might be saving that for a double Bloodstone down the line. Looks like Nandre and Dom Palambi have got the Baron Mime set up, working on trying to probably get some more Red Seal Kings. I mean, the Baron Mime is a pretty good combination for high score, but like I'm more partial to the ones I'm in. I'd say get some Dusks, a couple of Me's, I don't know, maybe a Bloodstone, an Idol if you got some time. It's pretty good work. It's a living.
Well, I mean, you better get in there and get to work then. These people need you.
You're right. Hold on. Yeah, I forgot. Okay, wait. I'm in the Eastern time zone. Oh, I'm supposed to be in Central. I gotta go. Thanks for having me, everybody. Goodbye.
All right. Well, now that the hack is leaving the booth, maybe that leaves him open to showing up in these player shops. I don't know. It does look like Nandre is leaning heavily into that Baron Mime game plan with the blueprint, with the potentially a Bean now to get that Serpent Farm going and get a good score on the board. I'm not sure if or where the Red Seals landed, but I did see that he had a lot of kings going early.
Yeah, we've got Dom Palambi and Nandre both looking at the Bean. They're in the same round. They're in the same shop. They're thinking about, okay, we've got Blueprint Baron Mime, we've got the Bean set up, we've got the Kings, and we know the Serpent is happening. So we might see what is going to be their first score, maybe not their final score, but at least their first big score here.
Yeah, and we do see, we've mentioned Bean in a good spot here, running up against a pretty tough situation, committed to the hearts because of the Bloodstone that he knows is there, but then still has to figure out a way to get through the head as a boss blind, which is not easy to do when your hearts are debuffed. Fortunately, probably getting some nice molt hits here, which should do more than do the trick. But if Bean was a little bit less careful about how he approached that ante, might have been the end of the potential hack build.
Yeah, so knowing you played it through already, you know that boss is coming up, you know this is an obstacle you have to get over, and then you can plan around it. So one way to do that is you can just have higher level hands. So if you have a high enough level, let's say 4 of a kind, let's say 5 of a kind, then you can win with just the hand levels. You don't care about the debuff necessarily. You don't even need the Bloodstone. Or maybe you just have some plus mult jokers that do the same thing, or maybe just a simple ×3 from something like Trio. Bean was able to figure it out using these lucky cards, the extra plus 20 mult from the lucky cards, making up for the fact that the jokers are not really contributing. The Bloodstone is not really contributing.
Yeah, just going for the brute force method there.
Looks like we have another $1,000 donation from Anonymous. Whoever you are, thank you so much. We are at $5,091.77. We're just barely through half of round 1. You guys are absolutely destroying it. Both of those matches have been met, by the way. We are $314 for our target. I mean, I don't necessarily understand how the targets work. I think you might need to donate directly toward them, but I think we've reached our $1,000 per round target of this one. So not only will we be giving away 2 of the hats, we will also be doing some Balatro keys at the end of this round while we wait for the scores to calculate. Thank you guys so much. Also, where did I go? I blacked out for a minute, and then now I'm back. Who was here?
I wouldn't worry too much about it. He definitely didn't do anything to besmirch your reputation, Chip.
Oh, okay, so hack. Okay, gotcha. Say less.
No, I said he didn't. Okay, so I haven't seen.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I haven't seen any of the scores recently, but I did just see Orange Aces put up 250 million, which is a
fantastic score.
Pretty big number, yeah. It did go with the Turtle Bean route to get the Baron Mime. Also, I believe has the Hanging Chad for a glass card, so really, you know, maximizing the potential for that one score.
5.6 billion. Holy, that's our score to beat, at least right now. I don't think we've seen anything higher than that just yet. Orange Aces, as far as what we've seen so far, is in the lead with 5.6 billion. But that bean is going to run out. And they are also out of money as well. Can't even pick up the devil card there, going into the Verdant Leaf, selling that bean as it has expired.
Yeah, I think just calling it a day on that score, apparently in the billions, which you know, for an anti-8 run, that's quite impressive, especially doing it with Baron Mime on Abandoned deck.
Yeah, we just saw the game over screen on Nito. Nito has to restart here. Definitely, with what we're trying to do here, we're trying to score as much as we can with a limited amount of time, a limited amount of rounds, a limited amount of resources. It's very, very tight gameplay that we're looking for. We want to be greedy, holding on to those value generators as long as we can, but we still have to beat those blinds, and we want to do that, you know, just barely, potentially. And so that's what we saw from Bean, leveraging these lucky cards, not just money generators, value generators, but also giving us the plus 20 that we needed to get over the Hearts boss, for example. What we see with Bean here, Bean is the only one on the double Dusk plan. Even though I think Fur saw the Dusk, did not go for that, has switched to now this Baron plan. With the Baron and the Mime gives you a little bit extra money, retriggering those gold cards at the end of the round, and potentially you can copy the Mime with the blueprint if you have sufficient gold cards. But we don't necessarily know, in the limited amount of antes that we have, do we have enough time to make those gold cards? Whereas we have this early gold seal ace, and then we can turn the gold seal ace into gold seal 2s. That's what Bean has done. And now at the end of each round, we have Invisible has copied Dusk. We are re-triggering all of those gold seals. We are making a ton of money, and we will see so much more than what these other players are seeing.
Ralph just put up 15 million on the Serpent.
Oof. Okay. So I would wager that Orange Aces score was also into the Serpent, but you know, there were also some other pieces of tech, including that retrigger glass that can, you know, that Malf was maybe lacking a little bit in exchange for the Troubadour and Bean. Surprisingly, we did see Bean sell out of the Oops and the Bloodstone in order to make sure that Dusk play is active, maybe looking for glass specifically, because Doc, you can correct me on this as the math PhD in the booth, but I believe that 2x is indeed bigger than 1.5x. So glass being retriggered does give you a bit more score. The downside there is that you can't quite stack the scoring opportunities like you could with a Bloodstone, given that you have Blueprint.
Sure. Yeah. So all players are looking for, you know, either steel cards for the Baron or glass cards for the, you know, what is going to be the Dusk plan. Could be a hack possibility. We get the game over for Bean here. Game over on ante 6. Less than only 16 minutes remain to run it back from the beginning. I think Bean was hoping for some lucky hits there to score and win the final round there, but did not get enough.
Yeah, that's going to...
I have seen him run it back in this time before, so I wouldn't count Bean out just yet. They are very skilled at finding those routes and getting back to them as quickly as possible.
I don't doubt it. The
$1,000 donation from Simon Jeffrey again for a good cause. Thank you so much. We are at 6,300 already. Roffle, you're going to be playing Clover Pit soon, it looks like.
All right. Well, surely that'll stop asking if I've played Clover, or people asking me if I've played Clover Pit then.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. The one concern for some of these players that are running it back right now, you know, you said that Nito had to start over. Bean just lost at an unfortunate time as well. A lot of where Bean's money was coming from was setting up those Dusk hands, was setting up those gold seals specifically with the Dusk, and that takes time. just to let the animations run out. Again, this is vanilla unmodded Balatro, so you don't have the speed up mods, you don't have handy to increase your discard speed. So they are all of these players. You know, you see Nandre, Young Skirt at Anti2 as well, in addition to Deep Stack Dave. We've got a lot of people, you know, using the information that they had from scouting out to run it back, but are really on a time crunch right now.
Yeah. No matter how
left.
fast you think, no matter how fast you play, you still have to wait for those animations. And if you're using Dusk, you have to wait until the final hand. You have to play every hand, every round in order to get that money from those gold seals.
Yeah, and if you're playing towards Mime, you have to wait for those retriggers to happen on those gold cards. If you know, that's a lot of the things that make the numbers big in this game also have a lot of really fun animations that go alongside them, which are great when you're just playing casually, but maybe could be a bit problematic for these players that are looking to rush.
Oh, I do see Fur now switched over, is on the Bloodstone and Dusk plan.
Holding on to that invisible for the right moment.
Ooh, this could be
What would
it
you
with
want it to hit here?
I think there's one good hit, and it's the blueprint. I think that Dusk and Bloodstone are a pretty distant second. I like the idea of getting out of the photograph. The real sad thing is, and I think this is what's being contemplated here, if it hits the oops, which go in the bean mode and selling out of everything. Yeah, double Dusk again.
Need to make up that score though, because Dusk isn't going to be enough by itself unless that hand level is already pretty high. But Anti-6 White Stake is doable if they have a decent hand size. Probably not Grimbo. That's probably not the choice here, but they did come into a Planet X and a Mars, which they're going to be taking, which will help out that score until they get something else.
I think it was Anti-6 or 7 where the Dusk let Bean down, so...
Yep. Yeah, I will say, we saw Bean run into the same trouble here, so Fur needs to come up with a solution to, a problem that we saw Bean already lose to. Also, if the plan is to make these red seal glass cards, these retriggering glass cards, we need to know where is the glass coming from. And that's something that you want to try to figure out from scouting. And maybe we, don't have that information, or maybe there wasn't that much glass cards, or there weren't that many purple seals which could generate tarot cards and then give you those glass cards. We do see now Blueprint is able to copy Hallucination, able to generate tarot cards, but it might be too late to do very much.
Did get a nice lucky 20 molt hit, which will save them from
and
Anti-6 defeat.
Does have the benefit of some of those Steel Kings, which almost operate, even if you're not playing them, or especially if you're not playing them, operate as kind of a pseudo Joker, right? Because each one of those is 2.25x each. That's better than something like maybe a family or some of those like times molt jokers that are good for just surviving the rounds. If you're able to draw them consistently, those kings can stand in as a joker themselves.
Punching in on Malf here real quick. They are on Verdant Leaf. They have a negative photograph. I think that's the first one I've seen. They must have either found an ecto, or was there a natural option for that in this seed doc?
Oh, the photograph?
Yeah.
I think so. Hold on, let me check my notes here.
Malf is known for some of the more aggressive and chaotic plays, potentially skipping for a negative tag if there was one in
True.
there. Could be a possibility, but unfortunately didn't hang on to the hanging Chad quite as long as we saw Orange Aces do, and couldn't make that same play for one big hand. Not even sure if it'd necessarily be better than just the extra turtle bean hands.
Looks like they were opting for the larger hand size to get some more of those steals in hand. There's a couple of red steel aces. Maybe a decision was made there to get rid of that Chad in favor of that bean, just to get a little bit more extra score from that mime. Only a few kings in hand, but this should be Mouth's biggest score.
Yeah, with 11 minutes on the clock, there's no time to run it back. Can we get the zoom on Mouth?
Yeah, and I do see a red seal glass ace, which could add to the score. That Unfortunately, that photograph might not be doing a whole lot. The opportunity to make another glass card could help with the score some as well, but really running into difficult decisions in terms of what card to play versus what card to hold in hand right now.
Yeah, with
he's gonna
a
be
limited
opted
amount
for
of
that
rounds, limited
glass.
amount of antes, you can't necessarily turn your entire deck into kings, and so maybe it makes sense to have some kings and then some other hand. And so maybe we're playing 4 of a kind with the aces, or could be 5 of a kind with the aces if you have a couple glass aces, and then the rest kings, or could be if we have the photograph, we do some kind of full house maybe. Mouth does have a couple of hands, so can dig through the deck a little bit more and try to make, I don't know, it could be a full house.
Yeah, the problem with that is potentially just, scoring too much with these kings and the mime in hand, especially copying the mime right now. You run the risk of just accidentally winning, as sometimes happens in Balatro when you're trying to post that big score.
For sure, yeah,
1.6
like you said, with all the
billion, though,
steel
for
cards in
Mouth.
hand.
Yeah, that's
Not too shabby.
that is a great score for what we've seen from this seed. If you punch in on Young Skirt right now, we do see quite a few steel kings, maybe some of the most that we've seen by Anti-5 for these competitors, knowing that unfortunately they might be hearts though.
Yeah, they are.
The head for no matter what the route is, it seems like the head is a pretty difficult choke point for a lot of these builds. Maybe fully by committing to playing towards the serpent, you allocate a lot of your tarot cards to making kings instead of changing suits to prepare for this boss. So that can be a tough choke point for a lot of these folks.
It would be rude if
game over for
someone-
Nandre. Looks like they're gonna have to try to run us back as quick as possible in the next 7 minutes to get something big on the board. See if they can pull it off. Oh, and same
Yeah,
for
some of these
Skirt.
bosses are not kind.
Yeah.
It would be rude if someone did that intentionally.
It sure would be, but I can't imagine anyone that would.
No.
Okay,
That's
but
gonna
I
be
mean,
the game over for Young Skirt.
Yeah.
With those, the hearts are debuffed, and that's it.
yeah, that is I mean, it's a really bad time to learn a lesson, but it is a lesson learned. Hopefully there's enough time. With 7 minutes though, that I would be panicking a little bit. I do think that on Anti-5, it looks like Vagabond may be in a good position.
Double mime.
Double
Yeah, we
mime
haven't
again.
haven't seen Vagabond in a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, again though, these kings are hearts, so hopefully has a backup plan or something to prepare for that. If you make enough of those, they are also holographic, which I guess doesn't help you into the head now that I think about it anyway. So if you change their suits, playing them or holding them is a good option. And does pick up a world card here. That could, again, Vagabond is somebody that has seen a lot of the seed. That could be the missing piece that maybe Young Skirt could have used to beat the head.
And they are the champion of minor league Balatro as well, so they know how to put together a big scoring hand.
Going right into the head now. This picking up the world card in preparation for that. This is really good foresight and is going to allow Vagabond to get through this filter point that we've been seeing. Also, really just like being very efficient in the cards that are discarded and played to limit those animations with only just over 5 minutes left as well.
Yeah, very clean answer to a known problem.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like up at Deep Stack Dave, he had a lot of steel queens, which we haven't seen from our competitors, but does have the mime and the bloodstone and still has that pareidolia in Anti-5 here, making some more steel queens. And they are clubs, so that should get them past the head.
Yeah, going back to this idea of routing, we saw Vagabond get the Ankh from Sixth Sense, which of course you could use to copy a Joker. Vagabond had used the Invisible Joker from Anti-3 to copy the Mime. If Vagabond had held the Invisible, he could have, use the Ankh to copy invisible, and use the invisibles to copy the blueprint, which shows up in Anti-6.
Interesting.
You would have to sell out of the mime. You would have to find another mime later. So one thing that's kind of tricky about scouting is if you take a Joker early, you will no longer see that thing further in the seed. And so if it does show up, you won't know.
1,000,000 points from Fur, but they have not been building into that Dusk. A decent score from them, but I think they still had around 3 hands left. So I think they're going to be waiting to the last second to make some more kings possibly and get a high scoring ace hand with those Dusks at the end here.
Yeah,
looks like Bean is also back in contention as well.
Right, Bean, I'm surprised by how quickly we've seen Bean catch up, but again, running into that same filter point of the head, probably not going to make it again. This is Bean has consistently been reliant on that bloodstone, and as a result, just not able to find the scoring necessary to get through the head.
They are not happy with that game over screen.
No.
4 minutes left on the clock.
4 minutes left, and also 2 rounds. So, it's not ideal if you're not able to post a big score on the first round, but there are 2 more to go.
Oh, we've just started, for sure.
And the good thing about how we're doing this, nobody is getting eliminated. This is not a semifinal, final thing like we did last year. Everybody is going to get awarded points based off how they do. And over the 3 rounds, there will be a cumulative score, which will go to the leaderboard, and check out that here shortly. But nobody's out. Nobody's one bad round isn't going to ruin things for you. You can absolutely still come back in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, maybe Roffle, having done one of these, played yourself, and then me also, maybe you could back me up on this. You get to play all 3 rounds, but you also have to play all 3 rounds. It is exhausting.
Yeah. By the time we get to this 3rd round, there will be some amount of fatigue setting in, both from the players and potentially the casters as well. That's going to be amplified potentially even tomorrow when they're playing on Gold Stake, and you're really having to think your way through some of these. So from this position, I do think that Vagabond may have the setup that possibly no other player has seen yet. They've got a raised fist, which can be rotated out if they're able to pick up the bean, which seems likely. And rolling into the serpent, there's the bean. Could be a direct skip to the serpent. The problem with the bean, I guess, is that and as he showed up his hand, he passed on it because there's just not enough cards to justify it, right? The trading card was there for quite a while. If you don't have enough steel, because this is just an anti-8 run, the bean's not gonna, if you're seeing all your deck anyway, the bean's not gonna change that.
Yeah, I can see Mouth is not happy right now, but Mouth does have the score to beat. He doesn't know it, but he is the leader.
Oh, I believe
I think
Orange
second place.
Yeah. Orange Aces had a 5 billion, so Mouth 5
billion. Okay, so we've got 1.6 billion for Mouth and then 5 billion for Orange Aces. Very close.
Yes, it's a lot closer than than the numbers would typically suggest in terms of like what that represents in the scoring. But in addition to that, we've seen a lot of players, because they're getting filtered out by the head, some of those hundreds of thousands or even low millions could end up being a pretty good score, just because the routing of this seed was pretty difficult.
Oh, we've got the 60-second warning. It's the final minute now. 50 seconds remaining.
Ooh,
looks like Nito has a couple of Red Seal aces along with that Scholar, Bloodstone, and a Blackboard. Haven't seen that one. And looks we got a banana as well. We did see a Cavendish earlier, so we know that's possible in this seed.
And unfortunately, just because of the too few steel cards in hand for the Serpent, we only saw I think 200. I say only. It's quite a big number on the seed, but compared to the Mouth and the Orange Aces score, 250 million from Vagabond here. So maybe I never thought I'd say this, but maybe cutting too many cards with the trading card.
As we look at Deep Stack Dave's 9.8 million score right there, a $3,500 donation from Pile of Sentient Tentacles. We've blown past our $10,000 goal in the
And
first
that's
round.
time.
My God.
We got to come up with some more milestones, fellas.
I guess we'll be in the
Thank
kitchen
you
this
for
this evening.
3,500.
Jeez, thank you so much. That's incredible.
And Bygone Contraption with the $100. Happy to support a great cause. Unfortunately, can't give more, but happy to help when I can. Any amount is massive. Whether it's $1 or $1,000, it all goes to helping kids in need. And the pennies add up to a large amount of impact to making these kids stay in hospitals a little less scary. Guys, thank you so much. Holy crap. I was not anticipating this.
Yeah, what a way to end the first round. Are you kidding me? Speaking of, it looks like we may have missed it, but Bricky putting up a good showing with 2.7 million as well. So maybe I was wrong. Maybe, you know, maybe some of these players, the low millions is looking feasible and pretty good.
They might be better off than they initially appear. The thing with these competitions, you don't know what the other players are doing. You don't know if they're struggling or trying to find the lines, or they're running into the same things you are, obviously, but they can go different routes. They can take different paths. We've seen 5.6 billion. We've seen 2.7 million. So it's a wide variety. That 2.7 million could be a top 5 score. We don't know yet.
Oh yeah, no, that's
1.6 from Balatro, or Vagabond Balatro as well.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was, having competed last year, most difficult is the entire hour that I was competing, and I'm sure many of the other players felt the same. I was just stressed that I wasn't scoring enough. I was running back seeds desperately, you know, with 20 minutes left, hoping to put up a better score. In the finals, I thought I had just completely botched the run when certain things showed up, and so like that uncertainty really adds a layer of stress on top of the time component that if you're not competing in one of these, you don't really know or feel.
For sure. You know for you if you miss something, but you don't know if anyone else has found what you have found.
Exactly.
Possibly.
And that is time for our first round. Our lovely staff members in our Discord will be adding up those points and letting us know when the leaderboard is available to view. But if I had to guess from sort of what I've seen already, I think Orange Aces might be in the lead with that 5.6 billion score.
Yeah.
Don't want to get too ahead of things right now. We'll let the staff calculate everything first.
Yeah, it is difficult to keep eyes on all 11 screens, but we did see a really good showing in terms of deck fixing, making use of, you know, the tarot cards that were available to generate a lot of kings, as well as still hanging on to some of those red steel aces, I believe, which could have been a difference maker, and you know, living up to their namesake as well. But like that was a really good showing. I think benefiting from just kind of blasting through the seed at the start, and then coming back to it with really good knowledge of what to build towards based on what was seen throughout. So, you know, we saw a lot of great showings. We saw Mouth also making good use of a maybe less utilized Joker like Troubadour to get some extra hand size in order to eke out a little bit more from that Serpent. Just because, you know, as we talked about, if you play a hand with that Baron and Mime in play, you don't get to fully farm the Serpent like you do when you're going for a Nan Inf run, right? Because you'll just accidentally win because it's before ante-8. And that Troubadour might have made a bit of a difference in getting that hand size up.
Absolutely.
Murphy, can you remind me, who do we have on staff today helping us, you know, get the scoreboard situated? I recognize some of the names.
We have Audrizzle and the Discord user Stupid, which a lot of people have to clarify to not be confused with the Discord user Stupid, but we don't want any confusion here. It is the Discord user Stupid helping us out, as well as Ninja Sydney from C-Dubs' community, as well as my wife Danny, who's helping me, or not my wife, I'm not married, I'm Chip. Murphy's wife is helping me.
Well, what are you doing with Murphy's wife, Chip?
Well, yeah, that's
I'm just visiting.
What's she helping you with, good sir?
Yeah, what is
the scores and telling the donations. And anyways, we're trying to get these scores in from our lovely staff. As they are importing. I'm flustered. Hold on, I need to take a sip of water. Let's get a little hot in here. I might need to turn the AC on. But guys, continue with those donations. Just because we are at the $10,000 mark already does not mean that we are stopping. We will be increasing the current goal. Let's put this up to 12,000 so we can get 3 carts funded. And if chat or any of the competitors or any of the casters here have any additional ideas for some milestones or rewards, feel free to share them in chat and try to get our attention if there's anything fun or interesting that you would like to see. But we will be increasing this to 12,000 and adding a 3rd cart funded. The chat, we have funded 2 go-karts. That is outstanding.
Chip, if you don't mind, can you help me out with one more thing? What's
Absolutely.
a go-kart again? I remember you mentioning it last year.
Yeah. So, and I'll bring this up real quick right now, actually.
Yeah, what's it look like? Do we got a picture?
So, yeah, I do. So a go-kart, I can actually show you guys an interesting little video that will explain exactly what they're doing. It's a little long, but we got some time while these scores come in.
Unfortunately, the audio is not going to be going through.
Oh, the audio is not coming through?
Well, not for Doc and I. It might be on your chat.
Oh, yeah, it's in my end. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, if you want to listen, you have to go to Murphy's stream.
But I can speak to this after we're done as well.
Yeah.
For those of you that didn't hear, essentially a go-kart is a mobile gaming station. You can see it on the screen right here, which will have a console and controllers and a screen. So these will be wheeled in to the patient's room so they can play video games from the comfort of their bed or in a shared space, anything along the lines. There's wheels here. So this is mobile, medical grade. Everything's, these things are fantastically built. And it just allows kids to play video games in hospitals, because a lot of times when you're in an unfamiliar place, something that brings you comfort helps out a lot. And for a lot of people, video games are that comfort, especially for children in a scary place like a hospital, staying for overnight or however long it may be. So this provides them with a little bit of comfort when they need it, how they need it. And they can play games and just escape for a little while. It's fantastic.
Yeah, definitely a great cause. And like Chip has mentioned many times, that the money goes very far and is used very efficiently to make sure that the kids are comfortable during their stay.
All right, there was some confusion on my instructions for the leaderboards, but I think we got the leaderboards up now, and Orange Aces is in first, followed by Mouth, Vagabond Balatro. Oh, things are being updated. Nandre, Don Palambi, Deep Stack Dave, Bean, Young Skirt Bricky, Nito, and Fur. So you can see 11th place and first place are only separated by 15 points. So there is not that much that you need to overcome in these next couple rounds to get back into contention here. But a fantastic showing from all of our all our competitors in round one.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we'd mentioned that there are 2 rounds left, but because of the narrow range in terms of the scoring for all of these players, again, having one bad round is not the end of the event for anyone. You can come back, you can put some up a good showing in the next 2 rounds, and put your partner in a good spot for day 2 tomorrow, because again, this is the tag team event, so there will be their teammates will be taking over the reins tomorrow, and really on day 1 you just want to put your teammate in a good spot to be able to take home the win.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the campaign, it looks like we have another donation match in progress for $1,500. Naninf, the way we're breaking the limit. So $1,500, the next $1,500 is matched by a generous donator. So your money's doubled right now, chat. And like I said, if you have any ideas for cool incentives or rewards, please let us know. Also, it looks like Erratic Deck has won with $499. So it looks like our competitors will be jumping in to Erratic Deck next.
Yeah, and that's going to be one where you're definitely going to want a little bit more scouting, right? There's going to be a lot more variance, not just in what jokers show up in the shop, but also what cards start in your deck. So knowing fully what is at your disposal is going to be an important facet for properly building towards the erratic deck run.
Adding some clarification in the chat. We will be taking a short break while our competitors can go grab a drink, run to the restroom, relive the moments of the past run. And like I said, chat, if you have any clips or anything to share of people's high scores, please let us know. Please post them in the aforementioned Discords of Roffle and Dr. Spectred. We'll bring them up on stream and check out and relive some of the previous moments from round one. But chat, while we got you here, exclamation point donate in chat. We're raising money for Gamers Outreach during their spooktacular streamathon. Not only are there fun incentives for our goals as well, there are also fun incentives for the entire event from Gamers Outreach. There is an art contest, and there is also a costume contest. And it looks like only one of our competitors saw that memo. Nito is dressed up with Joker makeup, it looks like. So she could enter the costume contest if she wants. You can find all that information in the Gamers Outreach Discord, which is discord.gg/gamersoutreach.
I mean, you say only one of the competitors, but like, look at this beautiful suit that I'm wearing, and am I not dressed up enough for you, Chip?
I mean, fair, valid. I don't know if they count P&Gs as costumes, but we can ping some of the staff and see if that's allowed.
Okay. I'm also noticing some artwork happening behind you, Chip. What is that? Is that a part of the event?
Yes, any donation of $19.99 or more is being added forever to the Cloud9. It looks like we have a lot of names up there right now. Danny is helping us by adding those names in Sharpie to be permanently displayed in Murphy's studio in the back for eternity. We didn't clear this with him. We're just doing it, and he'll have to figure it out later because we are like bolting it to the walls.
Now we can see it every time he streams. It'll be perfect.
It looks like we might have. Well, let's go check back on the leaderboard real quick. So, by seeing this here, the placing is a little bit odd. This is just a little bit of the software that we have to deal with. So it is going to put people in a 1 through 11, just because that's how many competitors we have. You will see that there are a lot of people that are tied, specifically Deep Stack Dave, Nandre, and Dom Palambi, because they are based off of a grouping as opposed to individual points, similar to what was done with Twitch Rivals. And I can share that scoring system here as well if anybody's interested and wondering why some people are placed higher but they are scoring the same amount of points. Real quick, let me add this right here. This is our point structure. So first place gets 50 points, second through third get 45 points, fourth through sixth get 40, and 7th through 12th get 35. Doc, you want to talk a little bit about our point system here? Oh, looks like Doc has stepped away for a second. But this is the way that we
sorry. I forgot I was still muted. Yeah, we've got second and third place getting the same amount of placement points, we'll say. Fourth and sixth place getting the same amount of placement points. And then, that's just so that more opportunity for folks to catch up. The difference between second and third place may be, not that big a difference. And so as long as you're scoring consistently okay across all the different rounds, that could be result in a day one win, or could be ultimately the win. You don't have to score the best in every round or necessarily the best in any round, as long as you're consistently near the top.
The final score is what is going to be important here. And like I said, in case of any tiebreakers, we do have some ways of settling those things.
Right, and there is still the part of the equation that we'll fill out tomorrow with the gold stake players representing the Molt, as these will, they're both teams or both teammates' scores will be multiplied together to get the team score, which will be the what is used to determine the winner of this event.
Exactly. We probably won't be multiplying because we discovered some issues with multiplication as opposed to addition. So we will be adding those scores together. So the highest cumulative score over the 2 days will be our winner. But bear with us as we experience a couple of technical difficulties. There's a lot of moving parts here, and the guy that organized it, kind of a dingus sometimes. So we're getting that stuff up. We're learning as we go. Round 2 should be better. And if all of our competitors are ready, we can go ahead and drop that seed. I'll just ping them real quick just to get a thumbs up.
Okay.
Looks like Vagabond is scrolling Discord right now. Looking at looking at fan art somebody drew of them.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, I'm seeing the thumbs up. I'm still seeing the rankings on the screen.
Yeah, we're bringing it down now.
All right, cool. I've released my seed for the second time today.
Wow. I believe they call that stamina.
I mean, we've had an hour in between.
Yeah, that's a decent refractory period. Looking at the deck, not a lot of clubs here, it looks like.
We are playing on the erratic deck.
Yeah, not a lot of clubs. Quite a few queens, it seems, with 7. and maybe some 3s as well. So
a lot of spades and diamonds, kind of an inverse checker deck a little bit here as well.
Yeah, and we see, Bean also, along with Nandre, wasting no time here, Bean just seeing the first shop and immediately running it back, getting a sense of what's going on and what to build towards. We'll see if some of these players maybe adjust their strategies after the first round, or just, in the case of maybe Orange Aces, who won the first round, just locking in and going with what worked the first time.
Now, Doc, we're seeing a lot of chatter in the chats about a maid dress for you. I don't know entirely what that means. Maybe somebody can clarify. $50 donation from TRG Greninja.
Greninja? Okay, we want $50 to change the outfit. I'm going to need another $100.
Doc's going to change that. For another $100, Doc will change the outfit. Now, Doc has a lot of costumes. Probably more than Murphy does. Oh, wow. Look at this. Look at this.
That's Nandre refusing to live Zeno's dream here of picking up the negative 8 ball. I didn't catch how many 8s there were, but I thought I saw, quite a few grouped up in the middle. So I don't know. I am 8 ball's biggest hater. I would be inclined to take the 8 ball there just because, the worst 8 ball is still generating some tarot cards, and tarot cards are what are necessary to get the big numbers that you want in this type of score, in this type of competition.
All right,
okay,
you two opposite corners.
So what you're telling me is, in the first shop here, we have, Acrobat. That's a ×3. That's a scoring possibility. You're telling me that the 8 ball could give me technology, which then scores different, potentially more points?
I would think so, yeah. I would expect.
Okay.
Because, it would have, the Acrobat would have mattered last round, right? Like 3x is a little bit less than what was the difference between the number 1 spot and the number 2 spot.
Exactly, yeah, that would have been the difference.
Right, but I think that, if you look at the jokers that they ended up with, something like that 3x gap can be closed by just having, 2 extra kings, or maybe even 1 extra king if you have the mime and the blueprint as well. So, if you're able to fix your deck a little bit better, you need to lean on those jokers and that 3x a little bit less than you otherwise might.
Okay, so yeah, the last round we saw everyone trying to make as many glass and steel cards as they can, but not getting as many as they would want. And so maybe the difference here is, okay, the tarot card generation from the 8 ball, that could be the thing that was missing from the previous run. You did ask the question about how many 8s are in the deck. Murphy, I sent you a screenshot whenever you're able to pull that up, if you'd like.
Looks like we have 3 8s in the deck, so it might be a little bit of a red herring taking that 8 ball, but maybe it gives something good inside of when it does hit. That I don't know, Roffle, what would you say, like a 1 out of 100 chance that it does hit?
Yeah,
maybe
eventually you're gonna get there. We did also see an early strength, and there were 5 7s in the deck as well, so you could very quickly go from 3 8s to 5. And then, again, just like Doc always talks about where purple seals are compounding, 8s end up being compounding as well with the 8 ball, especially if you get a hanging Chad. You can just, again, it's a very frustrating joker, but if you just brute force your way through it, you can still get a lot of tarots out of it.
And tarots are huge for a lot of reasons. Enhancements, deck fixing, jokers, money, all sorts of things. A couple of our competitors are shying away from these natural negatives and going a bloodstone route. We see that on a couple screens here with Orange Aces, Bricky, and it looks like Dom and Fur going for the photograph approach, with Nito as well going with the bloodstone.
Yeah, and a trading card also coming into play could maybe give the illusion of requiring the 8 ball a little bit less, just because you have another mechanism for fixing your deck. But again, those things play nicely together, because if you have the hanging Chad, as we see with Orange Aces utilizing that for the photo Chad, as well as the Bloodstone. Each one of those 8s becomes more valuable because it's more likely to give you, at least one tarot card every time that it's played, and you can get to those 8s a little bit faster if you're cutting down on your deck with the trading card.
For sure, yeah. So this is maybe something when you come back to it on a future run through, now that I know that Chad is available in the future, maybe then I'm more likely to lean into 8-ball. And so even starting with only 3 8s, each 8 will do more, and you don't necessarily need a lot of 8s to get the maximum value.
Right, so you can still rely on drawing the 8s while playing some of the face cards maybe for your scoring hand if you still want to hang on to that photograph hanging Chad combo.
For sure.
While a lot of our competitors are probably going to be doing a little bit of resetting right now, I just want to go through and shout out some of the donations that we've had. Doom Florida with $150, SJ with $119. Let's go to the leaderboard here real quick to take a look at some of this. Bean with $100, Zano TV with $100, Zem with $100, Diet Soda Addict with $100, Waves on Mars $100, Odd Drizzle, our lovely member of our staff, $100 for them, Anonymous 60, Mouth 50, Houlihan 50, Melspins 50, and Anonymous 50 as well, along with Rat Circus, NRM, and Nate. Thank you guys so much.
I apologize to the production crew in advance, but you may need to resize or relocate.
Oh, talking about me?
Actually, I think it lines up pretty well.
Yeah, I think it looks. I can move you around a little bit. Doc is officially in horse girl mode, breaking from our agreed upon uniform. We're not going to dock them any points because this style is way much better than a banana suit.
Plus, it raised funds for a good cause, so like
exactly.
How can we say no?
Oh, this is what I wear on the daily. Well, maybe not every day, but twice weekly.
I think we should start writing some checks for Murphy. What's he gonna do? Say no?
Ooh, I have the feeling that you could probably forge his signature pretty well.
I think so too. So I think at $11,000, chat. I think it won't be done today, obviously, because he's not here. I think we might join Doc in the horse girl cosplay. And I know for a fact he does not have the legs for it, so donate accordingly.
You're lucky, Chip. It's you here and not Murphy. He's the one who took my legs.
I did hear that he was nice enough to give them back for you for another recent event where you did do a leg reveal and had some very nice, I think they were bluey pajamas that looked sick. I need to get
Yeah, but then he made me mail them back after I was done with them.
That guy.
That's
what
Murphy
a diva that guy.
For real. He never shows up for any of these events, misses all the excitement and fun, and then comes back in and complains that his office is a mess. Like, I don't get him. But we have added more Murphy Horse Girl cosplay, as well as one of our competitors tomorrow, Kai CTV, who is a Gold Stake speedrunner extraordinaire, former world record holder, has volunteered a gold sticker speedrun. All gold sticker speedrun, which we are putting that at 10,500.
That's a lot of stickers, man.
That is a lot of time commitment.
I think he can do it.
I don't doubt it. I haven't watched him play a little bit yesterday, but like just the thought of trying to do that all in one sitting is nightmarish to me. As someone who plays a lot of Balatro, that's maybe too much Balatro in one sitting, but if anybody can do it quickly, maybe that's me saying that, not playing as quickly and as effectively as Kai does.
I know I couldn't do it.
All right, let's talk about the jokers the players have so far. We've got we saw the Bloodstone in the first shop. We saw the 8-ball. We saw, not long after the Chad, and then the photograph follows. Maybe we have hologram. Maybe that sticks around for a while. Probably it doesn't, because it's not going to do a whole lot in the end. We see orange aces once again, the furthest out ahead of everyone, was the winner of the first round, has found the ancient joker, now just stumbled upon Sock as well.
Has a lot of either queens or kings, I believe it is, maybe both. But there's maybe two opportunities or two options that you could think about here with the Bloodstone Ancient. You could go glass on all of your hearts and just hope that ancient hits hearts and then lock that score in. That looks like, based on what we've seen so far, maybe the ticket to the best score so far. You could also make some wild cards, so you can touch both so you can hit that ancient joker every time, as well as, the Bloodstone allegedly half the time. So there's a little bit of flexibility in this, and I think this is still maybe going to benefit some of these players that took that 8-ball, because all of those things that I just mentioned really rely on having access to tarot cards.
For sure, yeah. The starting deck, 4 kings, 7 queens, 4 jacks. And we see Orange Aces has that purple seal now. Purple seal you could discard, you could get those tarot cards. You could do the deck building, you can generate even more purple seals. Maybe something that we're looking for is the red seal. Early on we saw, in the first ante, there's a gold seal ace. In the second ante, there's gold seal 2 and 5. There's a red seal ace. In ante 3, we saw a red seal 7. So we are seeing the red seals, we are seeing the gold seals, but they maybe aren't compatible with what would be the photograph, or what would be Sock and Buskin. And so it will be interesting to see how the players navigate that. It is not impossible to turn a red seal 7 into a red seal, could be a jack, but it does take a lot of work, like you said, extra tarot cards to do that.
Right. And extra tarot cards may be coming from that 8-ball, because the 7's pretty close to an 8. That's a nice pit stop it could make to generate some of those tarot cards, even if it doesn't itself make it all the way to a queen or a king like it might want to. It can still help you, build towards that deck if you're able to find another red seal.
Yeah, with Ancient Joker can easily outpace the photograph, and Sock and Buskin is replaceable by, you could get Dusk, you could get Seltzer, and so the making those red seal 8s and then doing that plan is not impossible.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not. Tarot cards at your disposal make nearly anything feel possible in this game.
Exactly.
Some interesting Joker choices. The trading card and hologram. We're adding cards to the deck possibly, and also getting rid of them at the same time. I think I saw with that hologram there were 2 standard packs. Doc, what's the benefit of adding those cards to hologram? Is that really going to make a difference, or is that trading card balancing out that bloat to the deck to make things a little bit less impactful?
So, if you manage to add, 100 cards to your deck, then maybe the hologram could be relevant. Could be something like a ×5 in that case, or what is that? I don't know, ×10 or something. But what we're seeing here, we're only 14 minutes in. We've got a lot of play left, and so maybe the Joker that we use now is not necessarily the Joker that we use in our final build. Maybe there are cards that you would be willing to add to your deck anyway, and so sort of marginally these small gains on the hologram, you don't necessarily have to lean into it a lot. Maybe just do it enough to survive this run right now, complete our scouting, and then go back with a completely different plan.
Yeah, now saying that, we are seeing Orange Aces, again, just blasting through these blinds. Getting looks, I just saw Justice getting generated. It does have a red seal on a jack as well. So, even though it is just the first showing, took 15 minutes to get through ante 8. Theoretically, at that pace, you could you could get 4 more runs in. So you get 4 more attempts on the board. Ideally, those future passes through should be a little bit faster too, because you know what to expect, you know what to take, you know what to draw, you know what to discard for. So in a good spot to put up another really good showing here. And again, that consistent top performance, even if it isn't another #1, could be the ticket to to a good score,
Oh,
as
yeah.
we do see the wow, almost 1 billion already with that Bloodstone and Ancient Joker lining up at just the right time, running it right into an idol here.
Oh, what a gift! Orange Aces is showing us the idol. Now we
So-
know.
Yeah, that we know. There's also now 2 glass cards in there. There is just such a wide range of things that you can do with that. Yeah, getting out of the photograph, maybe hoping for. Oh my God!
We got the
Look at
oops
that
for the
dice.
Bloodstone. If
So
you
many-
hold the Bloodstone, you get the oops.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So the Bloodstone blocks
that
for
Joker
its-
blocking for.
Oh no, that's not what I meant. What I meant is
Okay.
like, you know, if you back out of the Bloodstone early for whatever reason, then you know you miss out on the oops.
Right. So the,
Gotcha.
and there is
For
an
your build.
opportunity now, and this is, I think, you know, one might be inclined to just like say, okay, I have this information, I need to run it back and really aggressively deck fix. I like the opportunity to take a couple of extra minutes here from Orange Aces, see if that idol lands where you need it to, and maybe that Ancient Joker as well. And if it does in your very last hand, again, on your second pass through, you can make a better decision about what to do there.
Orange at 17 minutes, Orange Aces has the full information, and we're seeing some of these other competitors still in those early antes. We have Bean back in ante 1.
And I think the idol hit Jack of Hearts. This could be a big number if there's a single Sun card. It doesn't look like it, but that is, again, not necessarily something that's predictable, but could be good information for the future for Orange Aces here. Maybe putting up a, because I believe the Ancient Joker might have hit Hearts as well, could be a big flush house here with the idol hitting at least 2 of the cards.
Something that I'm
Yeah, if you
noticing out
have-
of Orange Aces is that they are pacing this a lot differently than some of our other competitors. They are trying to get through all of the seed to get as much information as possible, as opposed to early resets, and it's paying off for them in dividends with 6 billion on the Amber Acorn right now, and they have 42 minutes to optimize. It's huge.
That is,
They might already be in the top half with just that score.
because if I'm not mistaken, the idol is going to have a little bit of variance depending on what cards you move into what other cards, right? Because that it effectively selects a card. But the Ancient Joker should line up with Hearts and Hearts on that ante-8 boss blind. So knowing that is going to be critical bits of information for these players as they make their second pass through. And, you know, Orange Aces having the extra time to build towards that and know that is, you know, going to be a pretty big advantage on top of already putting up a higher score than we've seen all day.
Hey guys, timer still says round 1. That's okay.
That's okay.
We're
Of all the
new technologies.
of all the things that could go wrong, don't worry about it.
Yeah, this is operating as way smoother than anticipated. So we're gonna cross our heart stars and horseshoes that that's the least of our problems.
Yeah, that's the.
But thank you for letting us know.
If that's the worst thing that happens today, that's a pretty smoothly run event.
I will say we still are in a 2x donation match up to $1,500. So chat, your money is doubled right now. You can see those red progress bars across the screen. We need to start cooking on some more milestones, because like this is just day 1. We got a lot of event left, so we might need to take some time to cook on some things tonight. I will say, unlimited, you can get your name on the Cloud9 right here. You might not be able to see it, but there are a lot of names here right now that will be permanently displayed in all of Murphy's streams and content going forward for eternity. There's still some Joker cosplay streams to unlock. There are 2 autographed Balatro Bangers CDs from Dom Palambi themselves. Plenty of names on the chip. We will be stitching a few names onto the jacket for the massive donations. Somebody has gotten 1v1 versus Murphy Balatro multiplayer. Judgments is still available, all sorts of stuff. And if you have any ideas, please let us know. And provided that our hosts and our competitors are down for it, we can add those as a reward or a milestone.
Yeah, just incredible amounts of support already. And again,
Insane.
you know, we're still on round 1 of the first day. So like,
Exactly.
It's incredible that we've raised so much this quickly. So thank you all for the very incredible, generous support.
Can we get some claps in the chat from everyone around in both Twitch and YouTube? Thank you guys so much for your support. Even being here helps out a ton. It puts visibility on the event. Sharing things on social media, sharing in your Discord, saying, hey, there's 2 cool guys on a stream right now, and some bozo in a wig shoutcasting 11 fantastic creators playing Balatro for a good cause. Just sharing that information goes a massively long way. So thank you guys so much for everything as we close in on the halfway mark of round 2.
Something I found interesting from Orange Aces on the playback here is has sold out of those early negatives in the first shop. So you open the booster pack, you take the negative. If you sell it, you get the money from it. And if you don't need the score, you can use a few extra dollars, generate a little bit of interest, and then snowball from there. And using that for money rather than for those scoring jokers, or even caring about the 8-ball at all.
Yeah, and even in the case of 8-ball, you'd think, well, surely the cost is worth the potential value that it generates, but like, you also pay the cost of the hand in order to just get disappointed by the 8-ball missing every time. So like, that costs you money as well. So like, that it is it is more than just the price tag of selling it that you get in return for it.
It's a commitment of, like you said, hands, and also commitment of time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
With Orange Aces, for going the 8-ball, might have time to play through 3 full times, even.
Yeah, and really, like, because we said that the Ancient Joker is the thing that's very controlled, that it might be the difference in what makes that idol finally land on that hand where it lands, or where everything lines up, right? Because if, it's hard to get a full deck of 1 card in this short a period of time, but again, because he's given himself so much time, he could run it back a 3rd time and maybe, hit the jackpot on the final run through, and that could be a difference maker as well. Because again, we talked about this last time, and I hate to bring math up again, but 2x is more than 1.5x, so getting that idol to hit is a big deal.
Absolutely. Speaking of the Ancient Joker, a lot of people might not know this. It's actually inspired by one of our competitors, Mouth. It is a homage to Olbap, which is one of Mouth's designs from the Pintarillo days of the NLSS. Thunk is a big Mouth fan, so this was a subtle nod to the countless amounts of enjoyment that Thunk got from being in Mouth streams and watching him play Balatro. So a little tidbit and a little bit of information to take home with you that you might not have known.
Yeah, and we see once again a player taking a Joker that represents them, and in this case, like, I could see Mouth going the distance with the Ancient Joker, just because it seems pretty good in this seed.
Yeah, speaking of going the distance here, we've got 36 minutes left. I'm seeing Bricky, I'm seeing Deep Stack Dave, I'm seeing Don Palambi. Most players, now in ante 6 of what would be their first run through, or relatively, early run throughs. So, they're getting they're catching up to the information advantage that Orange Aces has. We see Nandre in ante 7 here, evaluating the standard packs and hopefully retaining that information for when they run it back.
Roffle, I'm going to give you a reprieve from the banana suit.
Oh,
you can
thank
now
you.
Move about the cabin.
I thought it was feeling cooler in here. I didn't realize that I had to shed some clothing. Yeah, a little bit different than last time. We're seeing very, very similar paths for a lot of these players. Fewer deviations. There's a lot of, back and forth between, do we want the Baron? Do we want the Bloodstone? From all of these players. This one seems a little bit more clarity in terms of, what might be the optimal build to lean towards. The one sticking point, and this is really where that information that Orange Aces has is going to come into play, is, well, do I go for the Bloodstone or do I go for the Ancient? And having the extra time for a lot of these players, they're probably going to get a second run through at least. That's kind of the bit of information that's going to be critical here, I think.
Doc, I'm noticing something that a few of I take it back. A few of our competitors have picked up the Showman. Interesting that the Showman has reared his swirly mustache. What are the benefits of seeing this Showman?
So in scouting, one thing that's nice is any jokers that you're holding on to won't get blocked. And so if I'm holding on to the photograph, I will continue to see more photographs in the shop. And then when I'm running it back, okay, if I know there's multiple copies of Bloodstone or Photograph or Chad or what could be a second Ancient Joker, could be a second Bloodstone, whatever the important jokers are. Okay, where do they show up? I know whether or not I want the Showman at all. So you want the Showman so that you can get repeat copies of the best jokers, and if those jokers don't get repeated anyway, then it doesn't make sense to take the Showman. But maybe in scouting, it makes sense to take the Showman just to gain that information for when you run it back.
And we saw instances where that information could be very important in the case of things like Ankh and Invisible Joker in the last run, where maybe if players knew that mime was coming back around, they might be inclined to hold the Ankh for the blueprint or hold the Invisible for the blueprint.
Exactly, yeah.
T-Smoke 14, thank you for the $500. We are now past our new goal. Also, someone named Chip has donated as well and says, Murphy Horse Girl. I wonder what that means. He'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But we are now past our $12,000 goal, which we will be increasing, guys. Thank you so much. This is insane. We are very close to our entire event amount last year, which I'm speechless, even though I'm not shutting up.
Yeah, speaking about this, Showman and the Bloodstone, we see Orange Aces. The Bloodstone was in the first shop, and so Orange Aces here, we see if they don't have the Bloodstone, that means they didn't want to do it at all. They've committed to, okay, we're going to do Photograph and Chad in the short term, and we're going to do the Ancient Joker eventually long term. We know the Idol shows up. That's going to be something that we're going to do instead of the Bloodstone. Bloodstone, 50% chance whether or not it happens, and then you can get the Oops All Sixes and you can increase the chance, but that's 2 Joker slots doing the same thing that what an Ancient Joker would do. And so has decided, okay, we know Idol shows up, so we don't take the Bloodstone, whereas some of these other competitors don't have that information yet. They don't know that the Idol is going to happen yet because they haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, another benefit of maybe keeping that hanging Chad around a little bit longer is that glass is a little bit limited, so you might get eke out a little bit of extra value from that 1 or 2 pieces of glass by having the hanging Chad as well, and basically by not having to allocate 2 jokers in the form of Bloodstone and Oops All Sixes just to match the 1 joker that is Ancient Joker. Now saying that, I don't think he has the same information, but Young Skirt has gone all in on this Ancient Joker as well, but did pick up an Invisible Joker to copy the sock, which could be interesting and pretty spicy if that idol cooperates when it shows up for him as well. I think Young Skirt was maybe a little disappointed in their performance in round 1, but like off to an extraordinarily strong start here with just about halfway through this second round.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Young Skirt, 30 minutes in on their first run, they now have this information about the existence of this Invisible Joker, which other players don't have. It's that extra diligence, not just scouting ahead, but also scouting thoroughly and sort of generating as much money as you can to explore each ante as much as you can, which is difficult in a limited amount of time.
Indeed. We're now at the halfway mark. Looks like Don Palombi is stepping away to contemplate picking up that sock and busk and trying to figure out probably what they're going to replace in their lineup. Maybe the showman, maybe their money generation. Because the thing about high scores in Balatro that people may not know is score and re-triggers are very good friends. If you can re-trigger a scoring joker multiple times, that makes the number go up. And then we see the lovely flames on the left side of the screen, which it looks like what Bricky is trying to do right here to get his perfect hand. Hopefully the idol is online for them. It looks like it is. Don't want to
Yeah, we're about
too
to
much
see.
here.
This is the completion of Bricky's first run, and this will be their first big score.
Got a couple of magician cards or lucky cards, and has a magician up in their lineup right now, choosing not to use that. We see what he can score real quick. 40 million, very nice performance for the first run. Still has 28 minutes to run it back with the knowledge that they gained from that first round. He's pleased with it. He's saying, you know what, not too shabby. I can cook. I got time.
Yeah, that's a great
time for sure.
Great score on the first pass, absolutely. And again, like gets that information about the timing of some of those rotating jokers as well.
Something interesting I am seeing that I'm not seeing too many other competitors do it. If we take a look down at Nandre, a lot of wild cards to play nicely with that ancient joker, so you don't have to worry about the suit changing, but you also have to worry about suit debuff jokers or bosses, because they will take them all out. But it looks like he's an anti-8 and way past that. But a lot of those lucky cards are going to play very nicely with that ancient joker.
Another thing to consider, not just the ancient joker, but also the idol. If you have enough, if you have the wild cards, the idol selecting the suit doesn't matter. What matters is the rank that it selects, so that you can pair those together. And so we see specifically a red seal jack coming into the mix. It looks like Nandre unfortunately might have wanted that to hit queens, but if it cooperates into the boss blind, could put up a pretty good score. The one, again, limiting factor is you can't make a card be wild and glass, but you can put your glass on the suit that the ancient naturally selects, and that might give you some opportunities for some extra scoring, as we see Orange Aces putting up a first and second place score right now with 4 billion.
Million. Holy.
So
I mean,
like the first two passes are again putting him in a good spot, and still has time at the pace that he's playing for at least one more. Like, this is a blistering pace that is that we're not seeing from many of the other competitors.
And it might be that volume
comparison
that gets them there.
We're seeing Bean in Anti 5 for the second time, has not seen Anti 6 yet, has not seen the Idol or the Sagan Buskin yet. This was a challenge last time where Bean did not have enough time to fully run it back.
It's true. Some of that was the pretty mean.
It was an unfortunate loss.
Yeah, boss blinds that somebody put in his way. That I did see an aggressive take of the director's cut, potentially out of spite at one point here by Bean. So
could be useful.
Yeah, could be, especially with the reliance on the ancient joker.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned earlier was, okay, maybe you want to make glass cards so you get all the times twos effects, but maybe that's not necessarily feasible. It depends on whether or not we have the tarot cards available to do that. And maybe what you do instead is you have a mix of some glass and some wild cards, and usually the caution against the wild cards is there's the bosses that are going to debuff the wild cards. Maybe if we have full knowledge of what the sequence of bosses is, we can get around that issue. Or maybe it's a
13 million from
non-issue.
Nito here as she finishes the Amber Acorn.
Yeah, that's another great first pass. I think we're going to be seeing some bigger numbers this time around as players get more familiar and comfortable with the seed. Something that we're seeing from Young Skirt here is a nat negative.
Ooh.
golden ticket, which could farm a lot of money. It does kind of lock you out of those wild cards that you might want to find a little bit, but with the hanging Chad, even just a single gold card per round is a lot of money.
They've opted for that king with all these re-triggers, and then there's the idol.
Yeah,
I have to get rid of something. Roffle, what would you get rid of in this situation, even though the idol might not be online, if we're looking for a big score in 3 rounds here?
If we're looking for a big score in 3 rounds, I'm ditching the photograph for sure. Photograph is 1 doubling. Idol is 2. You are a little bit heavy towards the retriggers already, but that, you know, 1 additional doubling is a little bit less meaningless. You can already get through the blinds just with the Ancient Joker shenanigans, but you know, opts to go with the Chad instead. You know, depending on if you have a red seal, that could make sense, or just because we are so heavily invested in the retriggers rather than the scoring.
Looks like Nandre's about to put up something big. You can see on here, Nandre's a little bit of a bad boy. Does have a mod called Joker Display on, which allows you to sort of see at a glance a little bit of your score, what your idol's on, things like that. We opted not to use it this time just for the sake of simplicity for people trying to figure out mods in case they can't, but it might be something we add in the future. As Nandre points up 4.3 billion with that idol being on Jack of Clubs before, and I think it aligned perfectly with the Ancient too. A big score for Nandre, and I think that might be our leader right now. What was Orange Aces at? I think
6 billion for the first pass.
Oh, okay. So then the second place contention right now, Nandre putting up a very good score for the seed that I don't think many of our other competitors have reached just yet, other than Orange Aces, who is continuing to cook.
Yeah, and that's the benefit. We did see the Ancient and the Idol line up in suits again on the Jacks, but that's the real benefit of that red seal, putting in a lot of work. That was only a 4 of a kind, so not even like a full set of 5 Jacks, doing, you know, a lot of heavy lifting into that scoring hand.
Yeah, we now ask the question, with 22 minutes left, is there enough time to run it back for Nandre if he wants to try to improve on that score?
I think so. He's got to zoom a little bit, right? We've seen, you know, Jace has set the bar for in terms of what's possible, it seems like, in getting through these seeds, in addition to setting the bar with the score. So
Malf about to set a bar real quick.
I was going to say, this looks like a pretty juicy hand from Malf, assuming this Ancient Joker is lined up with the hearts, which I don't...
It is.
It is. I was going to be surprised if it weren't. And this could... This could be a big one.
Oh,
yeah. I am noticing for Malf, you know, potentially more glass cards than I've seen from other players.
Yes,
unfortunately,
short
of a nice score was 58 billion.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of the glass breaks there, and why that's unfortunate is because this is still an ante-7. Ante-8, we know that the idol comes up. We know that you know, you get that oops all 6s if he wanted to stick with the bloodstone as well. So like, if Malf is quick here, knowing that type of thing can show up, could give him a chance to save some of those resources and put up an even better score.
Yeah, let's talk about tarot cards real quick. So with this format, this non-endless high score, you know, they have only 24 rounds of play, only 8 antes. So often when you have the purple seals, if you're playing a long run, you want to use death to copy those purple seals first, because then they generate the tarot cards that let you do the other cool stuff. But maybe with a limited amount of rounds, maybe we have to use more of those death cards to copy things like glass cards and red seals instead of those purple seals. And so trying to find the right balance between those long-term investments, or you just make the scoring technology as fast as you can, as potentially inefficiently as you can.
An unfortunate game over for Vagabond back at ante 1 with 19 minutes left. Beans also still cooking down at the bottom right here with 2 Sock and Buskins, the photo as well as the Ancient. Doesn't have the negative golden ticket, but does have a golden ticket to maybe farm them a little bit of money as they go into ante 7 here.
Yeah, if there's any of these players that can make use of something like a golden ticket and with this double Sock and Buskin, it's certainly Bean. Also does have a little bit of glass on the purple, which is where you want it. Maybe in a slightly better position to set up for that idol and hope that lands here. I think that those idol rolls might be the critical component here, as we saw with Nandre putting up a big score despite maybe a little bit less glass and deck fixing than some of the other competitors. That idol roll is really critical for separating yourself from the competition.
Yeah, it looks like Young Skirt here is setting up what will be their scoring hand. And we've seen from Orange Aces already with 19 minutes left on the clock. That is plenty of time to do anything. That is plenty of time to run it back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Contemplating their decision here, though, whether they want to just throw this jack up.
Right. I think some of the concern is maybe just, again, accidentally winning with the... there's no photo Chad, but I don't know what the rest of the jokers hit. There could just be, like, depending on... If he hasn't made his hand yet, he might not want to win right now. So throwing away that king to get the steal out of hand is a really good decision and gets rewarded with some more glass here. And, could potentially put up a big showing.
It might not seem like a lot, but one hand, depending on your joker lineup, can clear 100,000 easy. I know not everybody can make the number go burr all the time, but on white stake, even just this, with the right joker order, can clear it in one and lose that chance for a larger, better scoring hand with all this glass here. So he has to be careful. It looks like he might have what he wants, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think did just miss one piece of glass that was being searched for. Couldn't quite see as much of the deck as they wanted to, just because of, again, that risk of throwing away cards that you, first of all, need to play, second of all, just accidentally winning.
Doc, for a situation like this, we see he has the flush and glass cards. Would you opt to stick with this flush 5 here? Not sure what their ancient or their possible idol is on, but thoughts on the flush with the extra glass?
Okay, so if we want to play the flush is going to have lower chips than what would be the flush 5. Oh, this is a flush 5. This is coming from the Smear Joker, by the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's new tech that we haven't seen from these players yet.
Here we go.
So with the Ancient Joker on hearts, we are getting the Ancient Joker on all 3 of these diamonds.
Oh, our
E12.
first E-score of
Holy.
E12 for Young Skirt has blasted into the first spot.
With the Smear Joker technology, he's done it.
The Smear Joker,
Holy.
we talked about wild cards allowing the Idol and Ancient to play nicer together. I think the Smeared might have contributed to that as well, right?
Yeah.
Because if, something weird happens, like the Idol chooses Queen of Diamonds, the Ancient chooses Hearts, you put those two hands together and you got yourself a good hand, is what it's looking like.
It eliminates the need for deck fixing on that level when you can just have whatever suits, as long as they're, red or black, then you're good to go. And we can see it pays off with E12 here on the Amber Acorn, taking that first spot, at least so far. We'll see if our other competitors can figure out this line with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's a pretty substantial gap between Young Skirt and everyone else. And depending on how deep or where that Smeared came from, because we didn't see it in. Granted, Orange Aces was flying through them, but we didn't see it in any of his pass throughs, and that's a good recognition of a tool that may be overlooked by less experienced players.
Yeah, Orange Aces definitely found enough technology to do what they want to do, but with Young Skirt here being very diligent about generating as much value as they can, even in what is their one and only playthrough. So without playing it back, just generating as much money as they can, going as deep as they can, finding an invisible joker, which not everyone has found, being able to find that smear joker, which not everyone will find, and then putting up a great score so far.
Oh, Mouth's got something brewing down here. I see a lot of glass.
Yeah, and we know
Flush
that
house too.
we know that the ancient should be on hearts here. And if he still has the bloodstone, that's already a lot of score. It looks like the Chad and the photo are both maybe involved as well. Maybe just everything but the idol in terms of what we saw from Orange Aces. But quite a bit of glass here is going to do a lot of work.
Oh, yeah.
Much more glass than we
58
saw
billion.
from Skirt.
Yes. But it does look like maybe the idol wasn't present because, still a little bit short of that E12, or maybe just not having the density of the card that the idol hit could be the difference maker there.
Ricky,
Just a
looking
hair.
upset, looks like they lost the glass, unfortunately, on that hand, dropping 800,000.
Again, that maybe it doesn't feel great, but it may be good just to ensure that you're on the board in some capacity, right? Like we did see, those. There's not a huge gap between those middle placements and the top, so just like making sure that you're consistently placing somewhere, towards the top is it could be a good strategy. And so maybe in the moment disappointed, but long term that could be a bit of a safety net if he's not able to piece together the final build that some of these players are.
Roffle, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a retired mathologist. Can you remind me, if we're seeing tens of billions from Mouth and we're seeing E12 from another player, how close are those actually?
I believe that is 2 decimal places, so that would be about 100x if I'm not mistaken. Because little known fact, the tens of billions that Mouth is scoring is actually E10, not to be confused with the very commonly used D's nuts joke. But actually e to the power of 10. So that would be 2 additional decimal places to get you to E12.
And that $1,500 match has been met. NanInf, the way we're breaking the limit, because we absolutely are. That has officially been met. We're at $12,693.73. Absolutely insane. Guys, thank you all so much. We still got plenty of today still to go, and we got all day tomorrow. We're gonna have to start cooking on some stuff.
Yep. And here's Orange Aces with a significantly bigger hand than the first time through. With the glass. Could be up there. E11, about half of what Young Skirt put up, but still very close. Just one doubling shy. That may be the difference of just not having that extra sock and buskin that Young Skirt had, but that's going to be another tough score to beat. Maybe Bean, being one of the few other players with the double sock, could be in a decent position to try and match that, but is here on ante-8, doesn't quite yet have the great
Save the glass.
great immolate, doesn't yet have the idol, but has more than enough money to find it, and has a red seal glass. Wow, that could I think we may see
some flames.
Yeah, we may see a quick turnaround from Bean. Even though the idol does miss, it only has to hit once.
Bean is seeing the idol for the first time.
Yes.
Is blown back. We've got Death upstairs. We can copy that red seal. We just need the alignment on the idol.
Right. The problem is, again, we know that Ancient Joker is going to hit hearts on the boss blind, right? So the big blind is clubs, I think it was for Nandre. So him being stuck in spades might be a bit of an issue, but being a multiplayer fanatic knows how to adjust his suits very, very efficiently towards the idol in a short period of time. So we'll have the money to find something like, a suit changer to make that work. The problem is he doesn't have the foresight to make sure that those are lining up, because he doesn't know that what we know, which is where the ancient lands.
For sure. Yeah. No, interesting, interesting split of strategies here. We're seeing, Young Skirt and Bean with the slow and steady, sort of just the one good run. And for Young Skirt, definitely paying off in the lead so far with 10 minutes left. And then other players doing, maybe multiple playthroughs. Orange Aces, 3 full playthroughs. Happy enough with where they are.
Yeah, really making it count on that last one, too.
Ricky with an unfortunate game over. Not too happy about that. Going to run it back with 9 minutes left. Just needs to get something quick on the board.
Yeah, again,
OMs are flowing in his chat right now.
did again get that 800K on the board, and I said it was disappointing to lose the glass, but like that could be something, 6 million here from Bean. Looking to again, I think he doesn't know
diamonds on the idol.
Yeah, he doesn't know it. We know that the ancient is effectively off the table for him, so it's because it may have actually
we do
been
have the sun in the shop. We could sometimes you hold on to the suit changers. You don't know what the ancient joker is going to land on, and then when it does, then you use the tarot cards.
Yeah, true. The awkward nature of that, though, is that if the idol ends up selecting the Jack of Spades, which is what you want, the ancient, unfortunately can't.
Yeah, and it goes back to what you said earlier. Sometimes what you need is you just need those wild cards. So no, as long as the idol picks the correct rank, then the idol or the wild cards make up the difference. As far as you always have access to the right suit.
Yeah, and we do see
now seeing the smeared.
Exactly, the smeared joker could help with the big blind, where we do know that the ancient hits clubs. The problem with that is, again, the idol's already missed, so there's just no capacity here for Bean, unfortunately, to get that idol and the ancient joker lined up, because this is his first pass through. He doesn't have that extra information that Orange Aces did by blasting through these blinds at the quick pace that he was going through. So it's the slow and steady has been effective for both Bean and Young Skirt, but there is definitely something to just getting as much information as possible. And we do see Fur here about to put up a big number. This could be something. This is a hand if it's
a lot of red seal glass,
and we know that
is fun to make a flush house if they want it.
Right, and we know that the ancient is on hearts. We don't know what the idol is, but with this much red seal glass, that could matter a lot less.
Ooh. All right, chat, buckle up. We're about to see something wacky.
Yeah, this is going to be a rather large number. I don't think it matters what the idol is on, because there's just so much glass here. I think the idol may be on the Queen of Hearts, if I was looking at that wrong or right. Ooh. Okay, so I believe that was a little bit below Orange Aces still, just barely, like maybe less than 1.5x off of what Orange Aces.
We're going to need the instant replay on that.
Yeah,
that
they're happy with that performance,
as they should be.
Easy third place for them right now if it hasn't passed Orange Aces.
I think Orange Aces is like 5.6 E11 or something, because I remember it being about half of what Young Skirt was.
We've been so enthralled with these scores, I forgot to give 30 and 15-minute warnings, but we'll hit them with the 5-minute in a second.
Yeah, hit them with the 5
That's good enough. I mean, they've got the they've got the timers running.
They're locked in
too. Yeah.
They're not looking at what I post in the
I
Discord.
wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh, a blueprint for Bean.
That's
the
new.
first we've seen with that much money he had.
And if the idol hit, which I've given his deck fixing this, oh my, with a death and a justice in tow, this could be something.
From Bean that every seed is an idol seed, and I think he's just proven it here with how much money they had. Finding that blueprint is huge.
Yeah,
Other competitors have not seen that.
Much deeper than anybody else did. I think he started this ante with like $150 from that golden ticket, which we did say if anybody can use a golden ticket, it's Bean. This is going into the boss blind though, so this is the final chance to put up a big score. He's got some steep competition. It really depends on what this idol hit, and I wasn't able to. It looks like it. Oof. He keeps mousing over it too quickly.
Yeah, I think this probably will be a win in the category for the Joker preview enjoyers for next time. Well, we'll just work out the mod situation way in advance.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. He also does not want to win here. He has a lot. Yeah, he's going to be checking to see where everything hits right now because he does not want to win with.
Right. He's got to find. He already moved the blueprint to the far right. That's something you can click and drag if you're fast enough. Really wants to find whatever the Joker is that that he wants to copy with the blueprint before his scoring hand.
It's Balatro time. Figure out which is which.
Bring that game speed back up to 4. Let's listen in on them briefly. Listen to their logic on this. Fortunately, you'll probably only hear it on my end, but...
Okay, we can test it again. Just make sure both of these are triggering on this guy.
Okay, so it looks like it hit Queen of Spades based on how he's playing here.
I do have the flush 5 of glass. I do need to get down to dusk here, so I'm going to play 3.
Mention dusk. I don't remember seeing dusk.
It's the negative acrobat.
Okay.
Oh no.
Blueprint copy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. You hate to see it happen to a player this caliber on this stage, Roffle and Doc, but unfortunately did not get to play their best hand with 3 minutes left.
That is catastrophic. Fortunately, still did put up a good score midway through with the 6 million, but that could have, you heard him say it, he had a glass flush 5 ready to go with the idle hand.
Oh no.
That was going to be a juicer of a hand. That is just a nightmare. Oh no.
They went back to bed. They're
I don't blame him at all. That is
out of frame.
Oh,
brutal.
Oh,
that
can
is
we get the zoom on Dom Palambi's about to line up the final hand here with 3 minutes on the clock.
Oh, that one was brutal. I did watch them during some practice, and we did have a few of those moments with I believe Vagabond as well, or some other competitors that I watched. You got to be very careful about scoring too much, and with that many re-triggers. And I think it was even just that one Queen of Spades hitting just sent them over the top. 100,000 points is not a lot.
Right. It was just double checking that you said it, 100K is not a lot. That's maybe the most difficult part of white stake, is not accidentally winning too quickly. But just wanted to double check that the jokers were in the right spot because of the boss blind that it was. And, you know, didn't need to play that hand. Knew he didn't need to play that hand. Just wanted to confirm, and then it ended up, you know, costing him a bit.
Ooh. Nice score from Deep Stack Dave, 46 million. With the exception of our handful of E's, with Young Skirt dropping down and giving us 20 here. That score isn't that far out of contention for at least like a top 5 spot, because we haven't seen too many yet.
Yeah, Skirt
looks like Bean's just playing ahead just to see what it would have scored. This will not count, but they need to know for their own.
Right.
Yeah.
This is
I would want to know.
Sciencing it out. Well, I wouldn't want to know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would. It's just as somebody who's made nearly identical mistakes many times, I just know how horrible that feels.
Just out of grasp, just out of reach.
All right, 30 seconds.
At least they'll get to see the number go up here and get a little solace in the flames. Oh, here comes Dom. Uh-oh.
Oh, it's gotta go quick.
Glass.
Yeah, but you've only got 30 seconds left.
30 seconds.
He's got the technology. This is what Bean was building towards. Dom's got it.
Yep. This is similar to what we saw from Fur, so it'll depend. Again, no Ancient Joker in the mix because we know it's on Hearts, but a lot of Red Seal Glass here.
Just got it off in time.
And I do think it was maybe the King of Spades on the idol. I saw something hit there. 4.8 billion. Still a great score. Gonna probably be at least a top 5 for Dom there. Maybe snuck ahead of potentially Nandre, I think was in the billions.
Yeah, we had I think it's Skirt, and then Orange Aces, Fur, Nandre, and then Dom. Well, Mouth put up a pretty good score too.
Oh, Mouth was, yeah, I think
Neo
Mouth
just
was
put up 7.9 mil.
Okay. Okay, I think Mouth was right behind, or a little bit behind Fur with like the 58 billion or 68 billion or something.
Holy, what a round. Oh, and Bean dropping E12. Oh, man.
Still,
In
I mean,
overtime, easily.
you know, if it's any consolation, it still is lower than, that would have been just above what Young Skirt put up, wouldn't it?
Oh,
no.
don't
Skirt's
tell
in
me
the chat
that.
right now saying from last to first.
we said it. We said it. You weren't. Skirt was not pleased with his performance early, but then early on we said, as soon as he got that double sock, he is in a very good position for the seed.
Skirt with, 15 minutes to spare.
True. Got to do some push-ups, get to stay warm, get ready for the next round. You gotta love it. That's a great showing. And then we saw a couple more E-scores from Fur, who really put up a lot of Red Seal Glass, and Orange Aces, who used, that repeated knowledge of the seed and knowing the lineup between the Orange Ace, or between the Ancient Joker and the Idol and the Bloodstone, and that final ante, having full knowledge of that was critical for putting up a good performance once again from Orange Aces. All
right, as our scores are being calculated by our staff, I just want to thank everybody. $12,723.12 we raised, or 72 cents we raised so far. Absolutely phenomenal. For my fellow casters, I did see a couple of milestone options in the chat. People were suggesting a Balatro bingo between the three of us. Also, Doc doing a breakdown of the seeds to see what can truly be optimized. Bean wants to join the booth.
Oh.
You know what? We have some time.
Yeah, we got some time to fill. We remind players take a break.
Yeah, take a break. Decompress. Go to the restroom. And we'll hear from Bean here. Bean, how you feeling?
Not the best, I'll be honest.
I don't blame you. That was a rough Amber Acorn that I think
I knew where the cards were, and I played one and I figured it out. I had it copying the right thing, and I just wanted to double check. I just needed that confirmation.
We saw it happen. I was surprised when it won, but we knew, yeah, we were cued in on you to watch that hand because it was going to be such a juicer, and then
it would have been
just we did see later.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah, but a fantastic show to because you routed the seed a couple times, and I've noticed that when you were doing some of your practice runs, you'll route to the very end and then speed run.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like I got the leaderboards up.
I like to find my plan early on and then just go from that.
But fantastic performance. Unfortunate end on the Amber Acorn there, just scoring a little bit more.
I gotta know what's the high score this run.
E12. We're getting ready to show the scoreboards here.
You were in the ballpark.
I just played a 3 of a kind that scored that, so that's nice.
I think that the amount of glass that you had, in addition to, I don't think everybody found the double sock like you did. You probably would have had a pretty easy lead after that hand. Not to rub it in, but just for the sake of clarity.
I mean,
don't let that deter you. You still got one more round, and we all know what you're capable of. So just shake this one off. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty funny when you face planted onto the bed. I said it looks like he wants to start the day over, and I don't blame him, but
All right,
you'll continue to cook.
I'm gonna try to bounce back here.
Yeah, you
got it.
You've done it before. You can do this.
Make sure you keep Feinberg on track tomorrow.
Yeah, all I want to do is give him a chance. That's what I'm trying here.
And I think with one good round here, I think you can give him a good chance.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right, good luck.
Bean, thanks for joining us. We'll look forward to see what you do in round 3.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Speaking of scores, let's take a look at round 2's leaderboard right now. Young Skirt, Orange Aces, Fur, Nandre, Don Palambi, Malf, Deep Stack Dave, Bean, Vagabond Balatro, Bricky, and Nito. Take a look at the scores here. Just want to double check everything. Malf with 66 billion. Orange Aces with E11. Fur with E11 as well. Vagabond Balatro at 5 million. Nandre with 4.3 billion.
Ooh.
And then we will double check and wait for the staff to confirm that the overall leading board is ready, and we'll take a look at our overall standings. With Orange Aces up top with 95 points. Young Skirt and Mouth tied for second with 85. Nandre, Don Palambi, Vagabond Balatro, and Fur in joint 80 points, with Deep Stack Dave, Bean, Bricky, and Nito with 70. Still anybody's game.
Absolutely. Like, look at the again, Young Skirt said on themselves, like, went from last to first here and jumped up to second place in the overall leaderboards. We weren't just trying to help remoralize being there. It really is true that he's not out of this yet. There's also an entire day left to play for his teammate tomorrow. So all of these players still have the opportunity to, again, set their teammates up for a strong head start on day 2. But, Orange Aces, you said consistency was key. First and second place. I mean, in the first 2 rounds, that's 10 points is a lot. That's a big difference with the way the scoring is really working right now, and is really, giving himself a bit of separation from the rest of the competition, especially if he can repeat that performance in the final round here on day 1.
Doc, any thoughts on the first 2 rounds here so far? How since you know the ins and outs of these seeds, is there anything that the players have missed, or has at least somebody been able to find something along the way that you're like, oh, they finally found it, let's see how it goes?
Not necessarily. I guess in the first seed, we did see the negative photograph, and there was some question about where that came from. That was actually a judgment, gave you a negative photograph if you use the judgment in the right ante. And so maybe, there could be some of those kinds of things, but not necessarily important as far as like setting the tone for the whole seed. I think overall the players have done a good job of the scouting and sort of getting a feel for different possibilities. We saw in the first round, recognizing we have the Serpent is possible, recognizing we have the Baron and the Mine, which is not very often possible, but for this particular seed is possible, and we can copy with a blueprint. Okay, that's going to be the game plan. And then in this second seed here, having a completely different game plan. I think the players have done a good job of not necessarily reading the intentions, but reading like what is available.
Absolutely. Orange Ace is 5 points shy of a perfect game right now. The thing that I will say is, like, everybody has a different path and a pattern to how they search and find these seeds. Orange Aces is going for volume, the amount of full runs that they're doing, as opposed to some of the other competitors that are getting halfway through and resetting and trying to find those lines and build up to a final hand closer to the end. And it seems to be paying off for them right now. But we can even see from Young Skirt that switching some things up and finding the right things that maybe somebody else didn't do, with them taking that smear joker, pays dividends and can rocket you up in the leaderboard very easily. But
yeah,
very
that's something
interesting to
that
see how all these
I've
play
been
in play.
impressed with is different play styles from different people. So I said at the beginning, sort of in theory, there is enough time to play one run very, very thoroughly, very, very thoughtfully. There's enough time to play multiple runs if you play more quickly, potentially less carefully. Not entirely not careful, but potentially less carefully, and with different people representing different strategies, still those different strategies coming very, very close, here in this most recent round. And then also, on the leaderboard here, we saw Young Skirt do the 1 run, and we saw Orange Aces do the 3 runs, and those different strategies being so close is really cool to see.
Absolutely. I'm going to check out to see if we can find some. If you guys have any clips, make sure to post them in mine, Roffle, or Doc's chat. And we can take a look at those in between these rounds. We'll have a little bit of an extended break right now as we get ready for round 3. Chat, but thank you guys so much. $12,700 raised so far. If it's okay with you, Doc, I can throw up that caster bingo if you're interested.
Caster bingo?
Yeah,
what
someone
what are we doing here?
Suggested me, you, and Ralph will do a Balatro bingo one day.
Oh, okay. Not right now.
Well, yeah, not right now.
that takes some time to set up.
Yeah.
No, at a future date, TBD.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Any day, any time of day.
I'm actually a little bit.
Zone, I'm available.
I'm a little bit busy. TBD. Could we go to TBA instead?
TBH, TBA, TBD for me. OFC, IDK, my BFF Jill, but we'll make it work somehow.
Okay.
What do y'all want to set that at? Like 13.5 or something?
Sure.
Yeah, 13.5 sounds good.
Okay. Great suggestion in chat. We greatly appreciate that. Obviously, I'm blown away. Like, this is insane. You all are doing such an amazing job to make a big impact, because we are playing for Gamers Outreach. We are having a lot of fun making number go up and watching the other competitors take these lines to make those numbers go up. But we're also making the number go up for Gamers Outreach. ! Charity in chat, ! Donate, ! Event to see all of the important information as it's related to Gamers Outreach. We're building go-karts so children can play video games while they're in care and have something to comfort them as they go through a very scary and trying time. Also funding the save points as well, which are little mini vending machines where they can get plushes and toys and different types of things like that outside of just the video games. There's also ways to give back too. There also are programs called Player 2, which allow gamers to go into the hospitals and help out, play games with kids, go pick up toys from the vending machine, stuff like that. So every bit counts. You guys have done an amazing job, and it's going to make a huge impact in these children's lives. Thank you all so much. Give yourselves a round of applause because you absolutely deserve it. All right. Now, what I will say, all the giveaways and such that we are going to be doing, we will do at the end of the event. We were going to do them in between rounds, but obviously we do not have the amount of time to do that. So we will doing those at the end in my chat. So make sure you stick around, and we'll be doing some Balatro game key giveaways as well as some hats as well. So make sure you stick around for that.
Yeah, plus you get to see this fantastic Balatro gameplay in the meantime.
Indeed. I mean, we don't have a high score recap, but somebody has sent us Roffle accidentally explaining how PhotoChat works.
Why would I share my secret knowledge with the world, though?
It's a very frustrating Joker. Apparently, hanging chat is. Thank you for that clip. We appreciate it. All right. Let me go ahead and post. Well, first, Doc and Ralph, are you guys ready to go to the final round? Should we drop it? Should we drop the knowledge on them?
I think so. I'm excited for this one. This is the spiciest round yet.
So this is we actually got this idea from someone's chat when there were some practice rounds, and someone said it would be cool if the participants could pick their own deck. So that's what they're going to be doing, but they do have options here. So the poll that we had earlier that picked erratic deck for this round, the 3 other options they will be allowed to choose from. That is Magic Deck, Zodiac, and Anaglyph.
Yeah, notably removing Plasma Deck from the options, as well as Ghost Deck, because, well, especially in the case of Plasma, gives you a bit of an advantage if and basically forces you to choose it. But like, so basically, the players get to kind of choose their own adventure between the remaining decks.
All right, just pinging them right now, letting them know. Surprise! You get to pick the deck.
We did say that we would be picking the decks up until this very moment. So now it's up to the players to decide how they want to do it, and that theoretically could change the routing in the case of Zodiac deck between deck selection, or Magic deck. We left Zodiac deck off there. But Magic deck, just because of the additional Fools that you get, that could change your decision making. It also might change vouchers in the form of starting with Crystal Ball. You could get Omen Globe and get access to spectral cards a little bit quicker than some of the other players. So, the deck choice is, pretty relevant in terms of how these runs might go. As we see quite a few of these players immediately lock in on Magic deck, avoiding the remainder of the options. But, one key skip, as we're seeing Bean queue up the Anaglyph deck, could be a, huge boost in either econ, deck fixing, some other, component of the run could really benefit from some skips or one big skip in Anaglyph. As we see some Among Us
having some technical difficulties.
Well, I think he was just showing off some dance moves that the Among Us characters just learned.
Yeah. I will update the. There, it says final round now. There is some questions. Can they switch between decks if they want to?
Yes, they can switch as much as they want. And so, we're talking about, with the Zodiac deck gives you access to Overstocking, gives you access to the Tarot Merchant. You see more Tarot cards, maybe more Tarot cards. That's something that's been lacking on these other runs. And so maybe that's something that we want to contribute to high scores. Maybe if you're playing on the Anaglyph deck, the skip tags that wouldn't matter now matter a lot. And so, we have this question of, will the players be able to gather all of the possible different paths from these different decks with very different playstyles, or will they just have to commit to one? We'll find out.
Yes, we will.
All right, it looks like, some folks had the question or were a little bit confused about the deck choices, and we're starting to see it come together. I think Nandre was on Plasma deck for a second there.
That's just old habits. It's hard to get Nandre to play anything that isn't Plasma deck.
All right.
A lot of Zodiac so far? Interesting.
I'm ready to go when you are.
Looks like we're just waiting on Nandre, but we'll go ahead and drop the C doc, and then I'll ping them and tell them to go.
All right. The seed is final 162.
All right. Yeah, we see a lot of players locking in on a combination of Zodiac and Magic deck. It seems mostly Zodiac is Magic and Distant second, and then being the sole player looking at his opportunities for Anaglyph deck. You know, as I didn't even get to finish my sentence, but Bean is a huge proponent of the rare Joker skip, and we see it in the first ante. In addition to the Tarot Pack skip. But before I even saw that as an option, I was going to say there could be a place where Bean saves those double tags, takes a rare Joker skip, and looks to, you know, maybe get a sense of what that could offer, as it's just an immediate Ancient Joker. That's fantastic.
Oh, and they passed it. Okay.
I think this is purely scouting. I think this is purely scouting. Something else to consider in addition to that Ancient is we see all of these players, or at least a couple of them, holding onto a Dusk right now, which is just immediately massive scoring tech from the start. You could ante one, post a score that would put you in the middle of the pack for some of these rounds that we've seen just from that those two Jokers. So like knowing that the Ancient Joker is there, is always going to take that skip. I think just grab that Ancient, but now staying on Anaglyph can maybe save up those double tags to find another rare Joker and maybe get a blueprint brainstorm and really send this run going. Although this time...
Actually, being here with the rare skip, if you skip once in Ante 1, you get Wee Joker. If you skip twice, you get a different Joker in Ante 2. And so Bean actually explored both possibilities and now knows if I want that Ancient Joker, it's going to cost me 2 skips, which maybe I want to do, maybe I don't want to do.
Right. And also removes the possibility to get the Ancient Dusk combo that I was just yapping about, right? Like you have to see the first shop in Ante 1 to see that Dusk. And, you know, that Ancient Joker still pretty appealing to me, but like much less so long-term without the Dusk.
Yeah, what we were talking about last time, we said, okay, you know, some of these Jokers that show up early, they could show up again later. And so that is where maybe the scouting is then important. If I know, okay, which shows up later, is it another Dusk or is it another Ancient Joker? Which do I need to take now to match the thing that I'm going to get in the future, maybe? Right.
And, you know, we're seeing a lot of these players lean towards this Dusk. We see a couple of them find the Ancient as well in Malf and Dom. The problem with the Dusk is, as we saw with, I think it was round 1 with Bean, it just takes time. You have to set up the Dusk hand. You have to wait for the Dusk hand to resolve. Double Dusk now from Orange Aces. I don't think it's going to be possible for Orange Aces to get the 3 full playthroughs this time with a with a double Dusk setup as we see the first early restart from Orange Aces in this entire competition.
The thing that's fun about this round is that since there's 3 decks to choose from, we're going to see a wide variety of play, with Malf picking up a gold sealed Glass King. And I think only Bean is on the Anaglyph deck right now, so it's going to be interesting. A lot of variety between between Magic and Zodiacs. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, with Dusk, if you take the time to play all the hands, you do get that extra gold seal value, but it is costing you time. It's costing you potentially scouting time, information about the future. Also with, we said the second Dusk, it came from an Ankh, from a Spectral Pack. We could use that Ankh to either copy the Dusk, or we could use it to copy the Ancient Joker. That's a choice that we get to make, that we have to make now.
Right.
And we can copy the Wii. That's an option.
That is an option, allegedly. You do see Bean really, you know, laboring over that Ankh, and it's not for this round because you don't copy a banner in most cases. This is him, even considering that Hieroglyph is really, really working through the routing of the seed so that he can make the best decisions possible when he finally looks to put that score on the board.
I saw some negative skips.
On the topic of that, could be Hieroglyph goes back 1 ante, and then also the, the Petroglyph goes back another ante. Depending on the time that you do it, if you do it early, then you spend more time in ante 2, let's say. Or if you do it later, you spend more time in ante 3 instead of ante 2. And so spending more time in one ante versus the other, either way, you're going to repeat an ante, but you get to ask the question, do I want to repeat ante 2 or do I want to repeat ante 3? And depending on the option, you will see different booster packs, you will see different shop contents. And that, opens up a whole, world of possibilities. And there are 2 of these, -1 ante vouchers.
Right. That is... Just even thinking about the different number of permutations you could go through gave me a headache in terms of trying to route the seed to figure out when the best time to take that hieroglyph would be. And that's just the hieroglyph, let alone the potential for a petroglyph to come around. What a nightmare. Oh my god.
Also, we said, okay, with Zodiac deck, you have Overstock, you have the Planet and Terra Merchant vouchers. The shops are different if you're playing on the Zodiac deck, so you can't necessarily translate all of that information to a different deck if you do switch decks. One thing you could do, though, is you could scout on one deck and then switch to a different deck. Maybe the most common skip would be, or switch would be Anaglyph deck. If you scout and then find the interesting skip tags on your Zodiac deck run, you can switch to Anaglyph deck later, if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely does. It absolutely does. The problem with that is, or the limitation and why I think we maybe see Bean scouting out on Anaglyph specifically is you miss out on the potential of what stacking them could do, right? Like,
yeah, that is information you miss out on.
Right. So, but you also miss out on potentially the information of what the the extra tarot cards or what have you could have been on the Zodiac deck, for instance. As we do see, he hasn't taken it yet, but Malf on Ante 2 has the potential to get Petroglyph as well as the Hieroglyph that he's already taken. But I do notice that despite him having his beloved Olbap, there's only one copy. So I wonder if the Hieroglyph maybe changed the Spectral card pack for him.
It absolutely did. that is a possibility.
Oh, you devious doc.
Never mind that it actually just popped open here. So there's another Spectral pack apparently, or it I'm misremembering when it showed up, but it does end up with...
You get different numbers of Spectral packs. He's got the double Olbap on the mouth. Yeah.
But it came
DNA.
But
it is making some Red Seal Kings. That could be huge.
Okay, that could be something. I
don't see anybody else doing that.
I haven't either. Using the Wii Joker to just kind of stay alive in the early game with the Molt from something like Abstract, and then looking to set up towards that late game build, which probably wants to involve Kings in a lot of cases. I'm curious where he even got the Red Seal. I don't know that I've seen that from any of the other players.
Well,
we're gonna need to check that PC just to make sure nothing funny's going on there.
So different timing on the Anaglyph the Hieroglyph or the Petroglyph. You get different Spectral packs and you get different amounts of them. So some will see more than others, and you get different contents too.
So not only is there just massive variance between this being the round where the players select the decks, but because of the way that the seed shapes out with the Hieroglyph Petroglyph, you're going to see, even within a single deck, wide variance between what these players are offered in their shops, because again, shops are seeded based on the ante. Going back down to an ante or repeating an ante extends that ante shop.
Malf got the Red Seal just now. Ante 2.
The Red Seal for Malf?
Yeah.
Also on a face card. All right.
That's so. Despite being on his first pass, it does seem like Malf is getting good timing on these the Hieroglyph Petroglyph that we've been talking about, right?
Luck of the Olbap.
Could be.
Yep. Maybe another interesting feature here we have in the end of Ante 3, there is a negative tag. And so if you are on the Anaglyph deck, you do get 3 negatives when you skip.
Which Bean did pass on. He didn't take them, it looked like. And I think he did have the 3 skips available, or at least 2 skips available.
I
chose to
think
pass.
So, but with the negative tag specifically, you can pre-scout that without having to take the skip, right? Because the next Jokers that show up in sequence in your shop will be the ones that are negative if you take that skip. So you can still get the information without having to, debase yourself by taking a negative skip.
All right. Okay, question.
Okay.
Doc, Roffle. I think I already know your stances, but negative skips, benefits, cons.
It's really beneficial if you know what the seed is and know what's coming. So in a competition like this, it could be useful. In your everyday play, it's often going to be worse than just the amount of money that you can make from the round and seeing an extra shop, in my experience.
Definitely low expected value. I guess it depends on how much you have invested in whatever the current run that you're on. And so if you've invested hours into this, then maybe you don't want to throw it away. But if you haven't necessarily invested that much into it, the negative skip could create something that you wouldn't have access to otherwise. And then that makes this run all of a sudden interesting, where it wouldn't otherwise be.
It's a gamble play. I'm not a gambling man. I don't want gambling in my Balatro myself. And so I take I usually go for the high EV play, which is skipping the negative skip.
Back in my day, the negative skip used to be 1 in 6 chance. You didn't always get a negative.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about gambling.
Yeah.
And you still had to pay for them. They weren't free.
Yeah. You still had to pay the full sticker price. If it was a negative blueprint, you'd have to pay $20.
Right. So even in 1.0, you had to full pay for them. So you stack a bunch of negative tags and you can't even necessarily afford them all.
Looks like Dom also has double
restart
here
from Bean. Bean is going back. Did not get that far from what I saw.
Oh, switched to Zodiac too. Gave up on the Anaglyph.
Okay. So has given up on the Anaglyph deck.
Yeah,
well,
I think
for now
he could still be in the scouting phase.
Right. I do think he was, because again, we saw those really aggressive skips early. I do think he was just using the Anaglyph to scout out his skips and is now, trying to decide how to leverage that information into an actual run, which we have seen him do a great job of. Honestly, in both of these, it just had an unfortunate incident in the second round, but has been doing a great job of aggressively scouting early and then kind of putting that into assembling a build based on that.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Go ahead.
I was gonna say Bricky's looking pretty interesting right now. It has had a wheel hit polychrome on the Wii, and has a lot of 2s so far. I think already unlocked Flush 5 and has the DNA to make a lot of red seals. And it seems to be what they're doing. They did lose a little bit of glass, but they're making up for it with these Fools and Emperors right here. And I think they're just trying to get something out early, and then maybe reset for a couple more runs here with plenty of time still on the board.
Yeah, maybe something we should say is, with the 2 vouchers that give you -1 ante, okay, you're playing not just an 8 ante run, you're playing a 10 ante run. And so there's so much more time. Here we're seeing Bricky's on ante 5, and then also Orange Aces was in ante 5. They've gone through what is almost a full 8 ante run already, with 47 minutes left on the clock.
Seen a lot of double dusk builds, like you said. Looks like Vagabond has found a negative. I think I might have missed it if it was natural, or probably hit it with the Ecto. Doesn't look like they hit it with the Ecto because they have 8 hand size.
Where did that come from?
Yeah,
that could, especially with the dusk, that could be a huge difference maker.
Holy!
Because I've not seen a hand size voucher.
So if you get the skip for the rare tag, and then you also skip for the negative tag, you can get those to line up.
Oh,
maybe. What I'm seeing in the chat is it's coming from a Wraith. So that is a surprise to me too.
Holy!
Wraith is a negative Ancient Joker.
Okay.
If you have the Ancient Joker, you don't get the negative Ancient Joker. You could get something else.
Oh my god!
That's exactly
Which could
right.
Be good or bad.
Right. I mean, I think your average rare Joker is probably worse than Ancient Joker. So I think Vagabond may be in a good position here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I think you might, because I love this play. Because the Ancient is negative, this turns your Ancient Joker into an idol for suits, right? because you're using one Joker slot to get 2.25x per whatever suit it selects. That's basically, those combine into effectively one idol.
Now, there is a lot of conversation that I see in a lot of chats is, oh, why aren't you duping the retriggers? Because it makes sense. The more something retriggers, that probably means more, but that's definitely not the case when it comes to a lot of these scoring Jokers. Why is that? Why would you rather have the scoring over more retriggers or something?
Well, because you already have a baseline. Oh, we see a restart from Vagabond using that information potentially for the future now. But the baseline card triggers itself, right? So you do want to balance your re-triggers and your scoring effects to the best of your ability. Since you already have the innate triggering of the card, you already have one trigger coming from there, so you want to bias a little bit towards scoring. Now, some of that gets a little bit wonky when you start considering that like you're incentivized to play towards glass, and that's a scoring event. So like if you have glass, you probably want more re-triggers. There's also red seals, which count as re-triggers. So these are all things that you have to weigh, and maybe why we're seeing Vagabond reset there, despite having a resource that some of the other players haven't seen yet.
Looks like the staff is confirming anti-1 Wraith, natural negative.
Wow.
Ancient Joker. Insane.
I don't even remember.
We're taking the voucher that takes us -1 anti. We're playing anti-1 3 full times. And then it's at the end of that, third instance of anti-1, that's where we're finding the extra spectral pack. That's where we're getting this Wraith from.
Okay, so aggressively taking the hieroglyph and petroglyph is the only thing that seems to make that possible then?
Yeah. If you wait on the vouchers, then you spend more time in anti-2 instead of anti-1.
Right, and Vagabond themselves might not know that and might be like trying to fish for that Ancient Joker again and get disappointed. Like, even this is going to be the problem with scouting this, because there's so many variables at play with that hieroglyph. You may go back and look for something that just isn't going to be there anymore because of the way that those vouchers mess with your scouting.
Yeah, I've been watching other people, practicing in the past week, and I've been telling people consistently, bring a notepad. You don't have to write everything down, just write a little bit down, some of the time.
Found the negative.
Double rare
like
for young
more
skirt.
People are finding that negative, which is good.
Yeah, more people are finding the Wraith.
It does look like young skirt picked it up. Could again put another strong score on the board, as we see Bricky really just leaning into that flush 5 with the Wii Joker and the DNA. If there's a really just wants to find a hack and an idol at this point. I'd hate to speak the hack back into existence, but I
can go get him.
Does need a bit more scoring tech off of this. Just to, the Wii Jokers start to fall off at a certain point. Even the polychrome isn't super meaningful. But could be in a good position to pick up something like an idol with a reasonable expectation of it being online.
Person to watch
important to note here, we still have
got some red seal glass cooking.
Yeah, I did see the deck flash there. Red seal glass for Nandre. We still have 2/3 of the time left. So the run that we're on now does not necessarily have to be the end run. And so maybe the goal right now is to just survive and just generate as much money as possible. And so we're seeing Bricky here with those gold seals and those lucky cards that we can re-trigger, not just necessarily scoring.
Yeah, and does have a glass too, as well as the red seal. Just picked up an Ancient Joker. Could, if that lands on hearts, could be the scoring tech that he needs to put up a solid score here.
Also, Orange H just put up, I think, 8.9 million. So they're running a double photo chat, it looks like right now.
Yeah.
358 from Bricky.
Double photo chat, double dust. You get some glass into that mix and you are cooking. So, and Orange Aces does have glass and full queued up. So that's, got some potential for 2 more antis to assemble more of those glass pieces and get the build fully online as well.
I'm seeing in the chat here, Discord user Stupid, living up to their name, telling us that if you take this Wraith, it does come at the cost. You don't get to see the Ankh. So you get the negative Ancient Joker, but you don't get the double Ancient Joker, or potentially double Dusk.
Well, that's not necessarily the case, because we did see Vagabond eventually get the as he does have again here. You can get the Ankh a second time on a different pass. So it does. I believe it comes a little bit later.
If you commit to selling everything, if you commit to, we're done with Dusk, we can get it back later, or we can get something similar later.
Yeah, you can get double Ancient Joker. You can't get double Dusk Ancient, I think is maybe the deviation there.
No, Doc wasn't calling him stupid.
I would never. Not on live broadcast.
Stupid is a valued member of the Balatro community. Has had a lot of hands in a lot of the content that you see behind the scenes, built a lot of mods, helped out with mods that Doc's used, Roffle's used, I've used, all sorts of stuff. Stupid is a wonderful addition to the Balatro community, and we're glad that they're here.
In a lot of the support mods that maybe not necessarily the content mods that you see front and center, but some of the ones that like make the viewing experience a bit better, as well as just make gameplay a little bit more optimized.
Exactly.
Prolific modder, also great Balatro theory crafter. If you're familiar with Naninf and you've heard of Naninf speedruns, Stupid has written the book on it, from which I've read and then used all that information.
Literally wrote a book on Naninf speedrunning.
Doc, did you intentionally put the flint on anti-7? That is also some nasty work. You just can't have an anti-7 boss blind as your scoring point anymore.
In the biz we call that a happy little accident.
Okay.
I don't want to give anything away. I don't think it's going to be used, but Doc did find a seed that was probably too mean to give.
And a verdant leaf, so you have basically 2 less rounds to put up your score in this ante, or in the seed, right? You gain some additional rounds as a result of the vouchers, but like verdant leaf as the anti-8 boss blind as well. Like you really have to thread the needle here in terms of when you post your score. As it looks like Orange Aces may be playing towards that right now, giving himself more time for a run back, loading up on some glass here on the small blind of anti-7 or anti-8. I'm sorry.
If anybody's cold, they're about to get toasty real quick.
Yeah, this is gonna be a big one. I assume this is all of the glass available. We saw some hand levels in Flush or in 5 of a Kind. 21 billion. Another E10 on the board.
I remember back in the day when E9 was in the game, way back in the first days of the Invitational in January of 2023. Long ago, my first Invitational. And now they just write the numbers out. I don't know what's going on. Oh, an unfortunate game over for Malf and Anti-4 at the water. The waters can be absolutely brutal.
The water can be brutal.
Especially Golden Stake.
But again,
if we're taking the voucher that gives us -1 ante, it's also -1 hand. We are playing on black deck today, folks.
Right. Well, unless you take the Wraith and without the extra Joker slot too.
Oh, just a little bit of information. We are in a 2x donation match, courtesy of Odd Drizzle. We'll match up to $500, which that is going for the next 3 hours, so you have plenty of time to make sure to get your donation in and have it count for twice as much. And we have passed $13,000. Holy moly, that's insane. You guys are, the Balatro community is undefeated. You guys show up and show out, and it's a pleasure to be a part of it.
Every time. So it's true because we both said it at the same time. Yeah, that's I was gonna say one additional piece of glass does some extra work here. first E score of the round. And again,
35 minutes to go.
That's once again from Orange Aces, who once again plays at a blistering pace and has an opportunity to get another full run through of this seed, even with the hieroglyph petroglyph.
All right, hear me out.
Okay.
Orange Aces, 3 full runs, 1 on each deck.
I was gonna throw that out at the beginning. I love this idea. Again, the follow-up rounds have been progressively faster just because there is, the extra information. As fast as he did the first round, I think the second and third were even faster last time through. I was kind of hoping for that possibility as well.
It's like Nandre's got a little bit of glass. Probably looking to play on this final hand of the Manacle here, just to get something big on the board.
Yeah, is only on ante-5 though, so it doesn't necessarily need to risk the red seal glass, but it has been very consistently very good at setting up the deck to get that glass, get those red seals, from start to finish in this competition. So with that double dusk, that could be something to look out for. The DNA helping pump that red seal glass. We said that the ancient is good if you because it gives you that scoring tech, but the dusk is great if you have some glass to retrigger. 5 glass hands or 5 glass cards with double dusk. You don't really need a scoring joker for that to go pretty far.
Mm-mm. And here we go. Orange is going into anaglyph deck now. Looks like Nito has hit some wheels. We got polychrome and holographic on those dusks right now. That polychrome looks fantastic on the dusk.
Dusk as a negative and a polychrome is just a beautiful looking joker. There's something about some of the more plain, not necessarily plain, but like more monochromatic jokers that look really good with the polychrome filter over it.
Absolutely.
Castle's a big standout for me.
Uh-oh. Negative Castle does look good.
It does look good. It does look good. I'll give you that one.
He was activated.
You heard Murphy immediately go into de-escalation mode.
I was like, all right, I got it. That's why I'm in between you two right now. First the 8-ball, now Castle. Beans found an idol. Every seed's an idol seed.
Yes, and this is something I think I saw come up in chat, that Bean explicitly scouted this out, knew that this came from a judgment, and he tested the judgment on ante-5, came back to it, and is now in a great position, probably a stronger position than we've seen any competitor right now. Double Dusk with Idol is the best possible spot, and in typical Bean fashion, has a deck well suited for the Idol on ante-5 already. It only needs to hit once. Right?
This is their bread and butter.
Doesn't have any glass, but needs it a little bit less because of the dusk. If you can get some glass mixed with the idol, you're absolutely going to be cooking. Really relying on those lucky cards to get some money with the dusk to, have the funds to find those justice cards and make the glass for the long term. But like Bean, once again, maybe in the pole position for the seed, just because he found a resource that a critical resource that other players don't know about.
For sure, yeah. I mean, this drink,
you're in luck, because the first sighting of the napkin is here on Deep Stack Dave's stream. Finding that brainstorm.
That's another
the first sighting.
Yeah, once again, a resource that other players don't know about is a huge deal. What we need to see from Bean now is maybe maybe don't get too greedy. I think that's been a difficult part in previous runs. Remember what your boss blinds are, but if it already has one piece of glass on those queens, I think in a good position. The one thing that might make up for that difference is, someone like Nandre with the red seal glass could be a difference maker. Again, there's so many variables in the seed.
Yeah, important to note, we said the idol comes from the judgment, the brainstorm comes from, it was a rare tag skip. And in ante 1, it's really easy you skip and then you check, and then if it's bad, then you restart. But these later rare tag skips, they could hold value. You maybe need to probe that, and then maybe you get rewarded with this brainstorm.
Right, and what we said it at the beginning, Bean is a huge proponent of the rare skip. Even though he is in a great spot right now, he may just think it's worth even even if he doesn't have an opportunity to restart and get in the same position. So I think it's possible he still has time to find it. That rare skip may have been ante 6, which is coming up for him. Could be an opportunity where Bean might get that napkin as well. And my God, he's got purples on glass again.
Oh no. And it looks like Nandre unfortunately just traded for DNA with a red seal glass. A lot of red seal glass in Nandre's deck right now, it looks like, with at least 3 queens on the board right now. Double Dusk and Photo Chad. They're just trying to make as much as possible for a seemingly large score at the end of ante 8. They're just building up their armada, so to speak, of just
right, and maybe trying to find that 1 or 2 last piece in terms of Joker, because you don't really necessarily want the DNA on your final scoring hand to be present there. So just looking for that opening again. Ante 7 and 8 are kind of nasty in terms of the boss blinds that are rolled out, but so his window is closing, but he doesn't know that yet.
Nasty.
We got Fur making a couple of red seal lucky kings. Those will play nicely later on with those dusks. A lot of double dusk. Very interesting variety of builds here.
Again, it's the result of so many variables. You even see Young Skirt has the negative ancient Joker, has some red seal glass, but doesn't have the double dusk or doesn't have the double ancient. But does seem to be in another potentially good spot here on ante 4 if you can start loading up that deck with the red seal glass. Did move away from face cards, so it doesn't have Photo Chat available to him, but red seal glass is red seal glass. It doesn't matter when you're relying on the dusk what rank it is.
Oh, we might need to restart Vagabond's feed.
Uh-oh. We'll just restart everybody. Give a nice refresh.
Yeah, it's possible we got behind on some of these just by nature of running them for so long.
Yeah. 11 streams. I don't know if you guys know this. 11 streams is a lot to stream at once. Wouldn't recommend it unless you have a high bandwidth internet connection.
Nandre is surprised to beat the ante 7 boss with what looks like only 15% over the scoring requirements. The first skip tag in ante 8 is a negative tag. So if you are on the Anaglyph deck, you can get, up to 8 negatives. And depending on, where you reroll in the shop, you can control what those 8 negatives are. If you
I'm not asking for any I'm not asking for any trade secrets or anything, but how beneficial would that skip be for somebody if they waited till ante 8?
We can see now. It looks like this. So he's entering ante 8, the first ante 8 shop right now. Where's the? I assume the negative skip has to be in the small blind.
It's the first one.
Yeah. So it looks like Constellation would be the first one. Doesn't have much money to reroll, so we might never know. But
what you don't want to happen is you don't want the jokers in the shop, the negatives, the possible negatives, to be the jokers that you're holding. So if you're holding ancient, you can't get negative ancient. If you're holding dusk, you can't get negative dusk.
Right.
I think Vagabond might be having some technical difficulties.
Right. We're also noticing some variance in what boss blind, like Nandre's ante 8 boss blind was Violent Vessel. Is that related to the petroglyph and hieroglyph decisions as well? Because I think Orange Aces saw Verdant Leaf the first time through.
Yes, it does change the final boss.
Right, so that rips the flint out of the mix.
There's also some boss reroll tags, and so if you do a boss reroll earlier, then it possibly changes a future boss.
Right, there is Director's Cut was an option, so that could, that could change
That's
the timing
it.
as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Not the
unfortunately,
skip
seems
tag,
like
but the voucher.
Vagabond is offline.
I think that may have happened
Let me back
earlier,
up.
so it could be just a quick blip, hopefully.
Yeah, we were able to get them back before.
Yeah, and I do think Nandre is probably pretty close to, yeah, as we see the DNA rotate out for a trio, just really looking to fully maximize that score here in the next blind or two. Some great taros to help make that work. I think we should be able to see a full red seal glass hand from Nandre pretty easily this
Right here,
this coming round. Yeah, this is the last chance for Nandre. Just needs to set up that dusk hand and should be a pretty big boom here. Even has some a chariot in the chamber to get that a little bit higher.
Especially in a competition like this, that little bit of extra steel goes a long way.
Right, we saw that. I mean, the difference between I think it was maybe Fur and Orange Ace's last round was less than 1.5. So
yeah,
huge deal. You can use that
saw
death now on a steel card too to get 225.
And here comes Nandre. That's looking juicy. He just has to make sure that he doesn't win here. And this is about to cook.
Yes.
And a death for an extra chariot.
Exactly. This is
all right.
Probably best case scenario. The only thing lacking from Nandre is maybe some of the Joker offerings that we saw someone like Bean have, but this is going to be a big number. Big stretch before a big hand.
Nandre knows he got something big.
Oh, yeah. Always a showman. Like
yeah.
He knows how to put on an entertaining show. Look at this.
What a time
Look
to
at
bring
it
the
go.
volume up. Let's listen to the pop off. It's gonna be good. Holy.
That is the biggest score we've seen today.
It is by a fair amount too. That's a great showing. Really demonstrating the value of, again, that red seal glass with that double dust game plan. So fantastic showing from Nandre, and could have enough time to do another pass.
Oh, something interesting's happened over at Orange Aces here. We have the napkin and we have a Baron.
Yeah, so we're seeing them. We said, okay, the first run they did on the Zodiac deck or the Magic deck, I don't remember. I think it was Zodiac. And then now they're playing on a different deck, the Anaglyph deck, and they're exploring those skip tags, exploring those rare tags, getting rewarded with this information. The Brainstorm. The question remains if they will have enough time to run it back another time after this, using that information about the rare tags.
Right, especially because, again, we've been seeing other players picking up DNA on this seed. That could be a way to get some Red Seal Kings into the mix. You really do want a Mime eventually to pair with the Baron, obviously, but like the Red Seal can do a decent stand-in for that Mime.
71 mil from Young Skirt with the negative Ancient hitting on a lot of those. It looked like he had some wild card aces and a couple diamonds too.
Yeah, the score we just saw from Nandre was the double dusk. We didn't have the Ancient Joker. So with the Ancient Jokers, some of these other competitors have a fighting chance.
Yeah, we also didn't see the idol that Bean has, and he just popped open his deck. There were a lot of Queen of Clubs. He has effectively 6 rounds to for the idol to hit. There's some Red Seal Glass in there. I think as phenomenal of a score as Nandre just put up, as long as this idol cooperates and is honestly just kind of reasonable for Bean, I think he's gonna blow that out of the water, because that's just another doubling for each of those dusks. That's something that again Nandre didn't have. If he can get the 5 Red Seal Glass in addition to having that idol hit, it's gonna be a tough score to beat.
I do think we have Vagabond is back now. I did see Vagabond with another loss. This is not the first loss for Vagabond. You know, maybe getting a little bit too greedy, maybe getting a little bit too fancy with these early antes.
Got 75 bill from Bean.
Okay, we do have a Queen of Clubs hit on the on Bean's side as well. Only
Very
2 red seal glass at the moment, but a lot of money. Might be trying to decide whether or not he wants to risk the glass right now or risk the idol.
The whole run.
Right. Well, yeah, because if
right?
the idol doesn't,
if the idol doesn't hit, you risk
exactly,
the whole run.
Exactly. So that's that's a tough decision to weigh. But you know, hopefully the unfortunate event that happened last round won't, you know, weigh his decision anyway. I think here with the seltzer pickup, you just have to say it's go time, right?
Yeah, we've got Deep Stack Dave here. We've got Brainstorm with the Dusks on top of the seltzer. I think Deep Stack Dave even has better, you know, as far as Jokers goes, better technology than what we saw from Nandre.
Yeah, this could be another big score from Dave here. Assuming, because I believe he's been holding on to that DNA as well, so could have a, you know, large number of red seal glass potentially as well.
Did you guys see what was at the top of the screen with Fur? I saw probably 12 glass red seal kings. 26
that's
billion
devastating to hear. That's monstrous.
Yes.
That's a lot. Double Dusk and Photo Chad.
Yeah, I think that, well, that has the potential to surpass Nandre as well. Again, the one difference is taking the time to rip that judgment, find the idol that so far nobody else has seen. That is a huge difference.
It's basically acting as a legendary at this point with the deck fixing that they've already done, and it just, like you said, it just needs to hit once. With how many glass queens that he has, this is going to go through the moon, especially with all these retriggers.
Yeah, looking for that one. Just needs one. There it is. This is the hand.
There we go.
Dusk, idol, and a seltzer. This is double dusk, in
all
fact.
Glass.
Fewer red seals, but
one
more
red seal missing,
retriggers.
But it's got to be good enough.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to have an opportunity with the dusk, or with the dusk, with the seltzer, with the idol lining up like this ever again.
18 minutes left. We have seen from Orange Aces that is enough time to run it back.
True.
And I think the biggest score we've seen today, E18. A little bit of redemption from last round for Bean, but they are not happy with that. If you can see the stone cold look on their face, they know that it can go higher. And if I know anything about Bean, it most likely will.
Yeah,
because none of those glass broke, the important ones.
Right. There's still time to find more glass, especially the red seal. Find a replacement for that seltzer, because the seltzer is limited. But you know, until this moment when he decided it was go time, he's done a great job of managing his econ. Still has more purples to go through, so there's still upside here. The
Hangman coming out there, removing 2 more cards for Bean. Bean is on the anti-7 boss, so still 3 full more rounds in order to potentially find another death card, make more of those red seals.
Yeah, does just want to maybe get out of this ante as quick as possible, because there is there should be 6 more hands left on the no because of the hieroglyph. The seltzer might last a little bit longer, so might have a second opportunity for a big hand like that with the dusk and the seltzer intact.
That is an awkward combination. Dusk, you want to play all your hands, and then seltzer, you have a limited amount of hands before it's gone.
It's like Fur's opting to play 1 glass, maybe not. Does a couple discards. Okay.
I mean,
like just
does have
1 up there. I'm not.
Does have plenty of glass to spare, that's for sure.
A whole lot. A glass breaking here isn't that big of a deal. And it also makes it drawing that easier later.
Yeah, I think just really, again, like Nandre was, looking for a replacement for that DNA before saying it's go time, I need to post my score.
Yeah, we're seeing kind of the two different sides of the coin. You know, on one side we have the DNA being able to copy the red seal glass cards, those players having access to as many glass cards as they want. Being not taking the DNA, and then maybe, you know, struggling to get those red seal glass cards, but having the idol advantage. Having a cleaner deck so that the idol will hit more favorably more often.
Looks like Skirt's setting up a big hand as well in the Flint, which with the amount of red seal glass they have shouldn't be that big of a deal, especially at 40,000 scores. Shouldn't be that much, but it does half your chips and malt, so that does impact a little bit as opposed to a different boss blind.
Right. So this
is just anti-6. You know, Skirt has a lot of game left to play here.
Right. So even
a lot of red glass.
Even if Skirt does go full red seal glass, this will just merely be an appetizer of what this build is capable of. Definitely, you know, in a position similar to what we saw from Nandre with all that red seal glass, it does have the potential maybe to get a little bit of extra movement out of the negative Ancient Joker.
I'm hearing that Nandre may have as many as 3 Ancient Jokers. Is that true? Or that was a false report? Never mind.
I'm seeing he has 0 Jokers total right now, so that could be
14 minutes left.
This is the final round.
Okay, we could see another big hand from Bean right now. I'm not sure what the idol is on, but is loading up with some more red seal glass. Does still, oh my god, does still have that seltzer intact. It's a matter of how many. Looks like 4 hands left on the seltzer. It's a matter of what the idol is hit.
He's questioning, okay, if we don't play the glass cards, is it going to be enough? I think, you know, no idol here.
3 diamonds. Didn't hit.
Didn't, unfortunate, but does still have far and away the highest score right now. Is still the only player that has found that idol.
And like I said, it doesn't need to be your best score. It just has to be better than the rest. And so far, Beans is better than the rest because that idol is just so powerful.
With some breathing room, too. You said that Bean always says that every seed is an idol seed. Well, even when the seed isn't an idol seed, he makes it an idol seed by finding that idol in a judgment. Usually when you're searching for a Joker, it's in the shop. We may see... Oh, no. Fur is also on the Flint.
Baseball, not really what you want here. And is out of money, not able to pick up that Ancient.
Yeah. Well, I think was trying to just maybe take a bit of a gamble here because the idol missed, see if you could hit something. But
the run's over anyway.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Especially the run's over, the seltzer's about to go, so there's like, you know, you might as well take the gamble in case you get enough time for another run back.
First still hasn't dropped their full. I guess they haven't drawn it yet. They still have a lot of red seals.
No, I think
they have a lot of room still with 12 minutes to go. Not in 88 yet.
I think it's really still just looking to, first of all, not be against the Flint, which I thought he was going to go there, but was against the Flint. I think maybe looking for that 5th Joker is really what it's coming down to. Passed on the family early. Was looking for something just a little bit better and hasn't been able to find it yet. Seltzer could be it, though. That's it.
Is taking advantage of those negative skips. Got a couple good econ Jokers.
That's a negative mail-in rebate. That's a negative egg.
Yeah, that, while not directly contributing to the score right now, does just missed a hanging chat as a negative, it looks like. Well, not contributing to the score right now could allow you to roll deeper into the shops than other players have in order to find, you know, something that could contribute significantly to your scoring. And I do think we're seeing Fur set up the Dusk Hand here.
This might be it.
They
got that last piece of glass. Huge.
Yeah, not surprising given how much was in the glass. Has done a great job of deck building this entire run.
Here we go.
And last run, to be honest with you. So here's the big number. I think might be a solid 2nd place position for Fur right now.
Yeah, really tough to compete with the idol. And so, what we were talking about before about, do you want scoring jokers? Do you want retriggering jokers? The retriggering jokers are replaceable, interchangeable, but there's only one idol.
Right. Yeah, and a
E14 is
E14.
incredible.
Insane.
Yes, very well
Easy
done.
second place.
Yeah, and that's just, again, a consequence of setting up the deck extraordinarily well, committing early to the Red Seal Glass with that DNA, and just loading it up for the future while, not putting it needlessly at risk. I think Deep Stack Dave is throwing a hand right now. And
he's got some glass.
Yeah, unfortunately did have to part ways with the Joker to sate the Verdant Leaf, but 400 million is going to be another solid showing from Deep Stack Dave, but that's 68 billion. Again, E10 appears to be the score to beat for the round. So well done to Deep Stack Dave.
Fantastic.
And we should
got the double OBAP with the family.
Yeah, that's looking somewhat similar to what we've got from Young Skirt here, who with the Seltzer and the Dusk maybe putting up the big hand this time, depending on where or soon once that Ancient Joker cooperates, because you do probably want that bad boy on diamonds.
Absolutely. 68 bill for Deep Stack Dave. We got an E14 or E15, or was it 14? E14, I believe, from Fur. They did just pick up the idol, but it hasn't hit yet, I don't believe. I think it's on spades at the moment. Yep.
Yeah, so if the Seltzer lasts long enough, could be able to... If the Seltzer lasts and the Ancient cooperates basically this next round, which I couldn't quite glimpse it there.
Looks like Skirt's deciding to send it on this round, I guess, just to get something on the board. That there is a lot of glass, saving a few of them. One broke, 241 million, not too bad. Still has a little bit of time left, just under 10 minutes. And still has an opportunity to hit something big for that idol too.
Yeah, one more ante to go. I see Bean scoping out the competition while Bean watching our broadcast.
Hi, Bean.
We're not going to say what place they're in right now.
Hi, Bean.
All right. I think it's possible Fur might have hit here on the Ancient.
Yeah. Take a peek in here.
The way that they're focusing on loading up more glass could be a little bit higher than the E14.
Looks like they're just going to send it. I guess they don't want to lose their money.
Right. Send it, as well as the preserve the Seltzer. So that means, it did not hit.
Ancient didn't hit.
Yeah. Still has a little bit more time on the... Again, the hieroglyph gives the Dusk Seltzer nonsense a little bit more wiggle room than you otherwise would have. Mm-hmm. But...
right.
Still not your ideal combo that you want to have between your retrigger jokers when Seltzer is here for a good time, not a long time.
Just a reminder, that donation match is still in progress. Still around another 150 available for that donation match, courtesy of All Drizzle. And I'll take a moment real quick to read some of the recent donations. ASCII Disco, $100. Trans Rights, hell yeah. Alvec 93, $100. Forrest, $10. Riley, $10. Out Here Balatin, you know we are. Anonymous with $20 saying great cause. And Ouija dubs, because Dave used Ouija. Dave used a Ouija. I wonder who that's from.
The dubs himself.
It looks like Dom, who I believe we're going to be hearing from a little bit after in the post-game show, also loading up on that Red Seal glass. No Dusk, though, so we won't get quite the same juice that somebody like, oh my god, Young Skirt is popping off right now.
Unfortunately, E11, fantastic score. That was without Ancient hitting, it looked like.
Wow.
No ancient. Okay, he's saying we could do better.
Well,
Okay.
can we do
lose that
better
much
though?
class? I think only lost 2.
Yeah, the question is,
Well,
can we
one.
do better
Lost
though?
one.
Because that seltzer again, there's only so much time left on it. Based on the reaction, I think it might have hit though, and I think it maybe needed to hit here in order to, again, keep that seltzer dusk intact.
And here comes Dom Palambi on the 1s and 2s, dropping some glass red seal jacks with those idols hitting. This is going to be a big score for him.
Yeah, that's probably going to be his score to beat. Another E11. Again, we said with Nandre's hand, the steal could make a difference because the margins are that small. Even when we're in the E territory, that steal and things, those small differences could end up, potentially mattering.
Fur lost the glass, but does have a death and a fool. And I guess it's probably just waiting for that idol or that ancient to hit. I don't know if it did or not.
Yeah, last chance
But
too,
still
because we
has
are
a lot of
up,
retriggers.
Yeah, we are right up against the anti-8 boss blind right now.
Orange Aces has an interesting lineup when we get a chance.
Yeah. Oh, wow. double photo, Chad, with the napkin. Haven't seen this from anybody yet. I guess it's the power of those skip tags. Did we run into a showman?
Could be.
Well, we've got negative rebate that comes from the skip. We have brainstorm also from a skip, a rare skip, and then we can use the brainstorm to copy the rebate. We can re-roll deeper in the shop. Some interesting things are about to happen if we have time. 4 more minutes left.
If anybody can make something happen in a short period of time, it's Orange Aces, as we found out though. But here's a big hit from
Ancient Joker for
my.
Skirt.
15 from Skirt.
Wow.
I think that one was higher than Fur, so it provided that Fur's ancient. Oh, Fur found never mind. Fur found the buskin.
That's deep in anti-8. If you go deep enough, there's Sock and Buskin.
These last few
win
minutes
here.
are chaotic. This is there's so much going on for so many of these players. That score surprised me from
I don't know where to look.
From Young Skirt not having the double dusk like some of the other players. It's like,
all right, this is going to be I guess the idol must not have hit and opted for that buskin. Lots of re-triggers on this glass. Is going to have a full lineup of glass here, it looks like. Still has one more death. Not choosing. Oh, discarding. I was about to say. There we go. A little bit of extra money on the way out too. Why not?
Yeah, again, doesn't know it, but that steel remaining in hand could be more valuable than the. I guess you do have the chariot ready to go, but the steel in hand could make a difference. Now the benefit is you can death a steel card if you wanted to.
Looks like they're opting for the glass here so they can chariot that red seal.
Right, which is effectively it ends up being the same thing either way.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go from Fur.
This could allow him to jump a little bit ahead of Young Skirt here, but either way should be some fireworks ready to go with this hand.
Buckle up, chat. E15, a little bit short of Skirts.
Oof.
But 2.85 E15 was their highest score. That was their big hand. Absolutely cooked that one with that buskin.
Yeah, great finish there to find that.
A steel card could have made the difference.
Indeed.
Yeah, choosing to discard for the purple instead of just holding the little bit of extra steel in hand, I think twice, in fact. So that could have closed the gap a little bit there.
Nanos, thank you for the $100 donation. Sorry, I got a little chuckled because I looked over at Dave's screen and I saw him just. I'm assuming that's probably like a coffee or something because it's probably a little bit late for him. Taking it to the head.
Less than 50 seconds.
All right. Looks like most of our players have posted their score, with maybe the exception I haven't seen Malf or Vagabond necessarily hit their high potential hand, but we have been distracted with some pretty big fireworks with some of these other competitors. It looks like Nito is on another run through, maybe trying to just sneak through a big score. And Malf here putting up $1 billion.
$1 billion.
Again, Malf has had some good early game rounds, just needs another solid showing to, again, put his teammate in a good spot for tomorrow.
Oh, we got a C-Dubs cameo with Pico on Dave's screen. Little cat action for you there, chat. Everybody loves a nice cat on the internet, and that's a very cute one.
It sure is, and you love to see the teammates kind of joining in on the collaborative effort here. Obviously, weren't doing it while they were playing, but have been cooking up together for a while now.
Which we are allowing. If you check out Dom's, you'll see Edsy giving some advice. Partners are allowed to help.
Nandre, thank you for the $100 donation. Nandre.
Nandre, thank you so much for the $100.
Thank you for not cosplaying me again.
That was, I don't know if anybody watched the Twitch Rivals, but Nandre, like, Murphy had some okay costumes, right? But Nandre's was just peak. It was so he
was
dressed
really
up
good.
as Roffle and had Roffle's hair as like a cutout PNG, just like on the screen. It was so good. All right, and that is time.
I thought that was just his hair. I thought he styled it that way that day. What are we talking about?
All right, as we wait for our scores to come in, I am going to put a
huge congratulations.
Bricky did have to leave, but claps for Bricky. Thank you so much for joining. I watched a lot of their Gold Stake Balatro. Fantastic caster and streamer and performer. Go check out Bricky if you haven't already. If you don't know who Bricky is, you might be living under a rock. Thank you so much, Bricky, for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, along with everybody else, Bricky was really cooking in a lot of these runs. Made great use of the DNA in this last one to take a different route than some of the other players and load up on those Red Seal 2s.
All right, as we approach the finals here, we'll wait for our wonderful staff to calculate all of these scores. There will be a possibility, and we don't have to worry about it today. This is more for tomorrow, like the collective scores, right, Doc? What happens in the case of a tiebreaker here?
Oh, I thought we were gonna have it be a surprise.
Oh, okay. We'll wait then.
Oh, okay.
Stupid. Thank you for the $100.
What's that?
I was thinking stupid for the $100 donation.
Yeah, are we all caught up on the donos? That would be a good time.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the donos. We're at 13,883. Oh my god, y'all. We're almost.
So we got the 13.5 for the. We're gonna
bingo.
Bingo, right?
We got the bingo.
Bingus bongus.
All right, let's take a look here. Stupid with the 100. All Drizzle with that $500 match. Love how much the Balatro community does for charity. Keep it up, everyone. Nandre with 100. Anonymous with 100. Thank you all so much. Insane showing in both the performance here from our competitors and the generosity of the Balatro community. It's been a interesting time for everybody lately, to say the least. A lot of things going on, a lot of negativity in the world, but it makes me so happy that we can take a couple days and just do something amazing, like raise funds for Gamers Outreach and impact the world in a good way. Out of all the things that Balatro has brought into the world with friendships and content and funny moments and all these different things, being a part of this community is something that I wouldn't change for the world. And you see it every time we put on an event like this. It just completely floors me every time. So just thank you all so much. It really is a beautiful thing.
We were talking in the Discord about even before the event about how consistently the Balatro community steps up for these types of events, and like it makes them a lot more fun to run. It makes them a lot more fun to watch, and so I really appreciate not only the competitors joining and taking time out of their day, but also the viewers and anybody that's contributing. But also, before we do show the leaderboards and focus on these competitors, I know he's not here today, but I want to give a big thank you and a big round of applause for Murphy, who has just put an insane amount of work into this event over the course of multiple months. You do not know. Murphy already works hard on a daily basis just to churn out that content on top of his day job, but then planning an event with this many people, with this many moving parts, is just unbelievable, the amount of work that has gone into this. So everybody claps in chat for Murphy. Big thank you to Murphy. Once the next time you're just watching his stream or watching his YouTube video, because you're seeing you seeing this right now, you don't understand just how much effort and time went into planning and setting all of this up to make it happen.
Yeah, I'm really thankful for
the son of a bitch that put all this water in my eyes.
I think that was the hack. He sprayed it from a flower on his lapel.
Yeah, on his way out.
Damn.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I'm really thankful that we have such a robust roster. We have a lot of talent today, and even more different talent tomorrow, and communicating with all of these 22 different people and additional people who were going to be here, but then for whatever reason couldn't at the last minute. Someone has to coordinate all that, and so I'm very thankful for Murphy for doing that, and putting together the overlay here and making it easy for me to slip right in.
All right. Well, with that, let's take a look at the round 3 leaderboards. I believe they are ready to go. I just have to hit the right buttons. And there we have round 3. We'll take the overall leaderboard in a second. Bean with 50 points. Young Skirt and Fur tying for 45. Nandre, Dom Palambi, and Orange Aces at 40. Deep Stack Dave, Mouth, Vagabond Balatro, Bricky, and Nito with 35. Chat, I don't know if you have any drum roll emotes, but if we can get a wall of emotes before we reveal the overall, and we'll act as a drum roll for that. And then Roffle and Doc, any additional commentary?
I mean, I feel like the leaderboard, even though we've kind of flattened out the scoring here, doesn't really do a good job of showing just how close some of these placements are. Like Young Skirt and Fur were neck and neck. Orange Aces, we didn't think was, we thought very few people were going to be able to beat him after that first showing, but then Dom Palambi, and Nandre come up with these big hands, and just all the way throughout this leaderboard, we're seeing big numbers over the course of this run in particular. This was quite a bit different than some of the other seeds that Doc had cooked up, and was maybe a little bit more generous in terms of what it offered to these players.
Yeah, I mean, different people are going to have different talents and potentially different biases, and what we saw here in the last round, a big shakeup as far as the rankings. And so we said early on that anyone could, it's anyone's game after any one round. You still have a lot of rounds of play, and so really excited to see how things end up shaking out here.
All right, and with that, as long as my button works, we will see the standings for day 1 of the Balatro Tag Team Charity Throwdown. Oh, okay. We do have some ties. We don't have to worry about that yet. But Orange Aces, 135 points. Young Skirt with 130. Fur, 125. Nandre, Bean, Dom Palambi, and Mouth with 120. Vagabond at 115, Deep Stack Dave 110, Bricky and Nito with 105. Holy.
Wow. We saw a lot of movement here for several of these players.
Yeah.
You know, Bean making a huge jump here, obviously on the back of that incredible last round. Did reach his goal of, you know, putting his teammate Feinberg in a good position for tomorrow. But as we discussed, some of the consistency is really what put these players in a good position. Obviously, Orange Aces, you know, coming out strong on those first two, left him in a good position to remain in first place. Nandre, you know, consistently top of the pack over the course of these, in addition to Fur and Dom as well. And then, you know, Young Skirt going from last to first and then maintaining that in the final round as well. Just, you know, really impressive stuff here from top to bottom. So congratulations to all of the competitors.
Ace's team, obviously the team to beat, but you know, really tight here between 4th through 7th. We got a 4-way tie, so you know, in the top half here of the competition, you know, still plenty of room for movement. Also, you know, these were not easy seeds in the sense that, you know, everyone's going to see the same information, and you know, there's a lot of different paths that you can go down, and so, you know, really great work, these folks exploring those different possibilities and then deciding on one path that will work for them.
All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all of our competitors: Bricky, Fur, Deep Stack Dave, Dom Palambi, Michael A.L. Fox, Vagabond Balatro, Young Skirt, Nito, Orange Aces, Nandre, and Turtle Bean, as well as my two co-hosts here, Dr. Spector and Roffle. Thank you guys so much for giving almost 5 hours of your day to be a part of this fantastically fun event. I'm going to be sticking around for a little while to do some of the giveaways. We have some Balatro keys to give away, so if you guys want to come over to my chat, we'll do some raffles. Any parting thoughts, Doc and Roffle?
I think I said most of what I wanted to earlier, but thank you again to today's competitors for, again, giving their time. Thank you to everybody that has donated, everybody that has just simply watched this. That, you know, goes very far in terms of what our goals are for this event. So thank you all for watching, and thank you again to huge thank you again to Murphy for making this all possible and happen.
Yeah, not just, you know, the direct donations, but also just, you know, spreading the word. And so if you haven't already told your friends, then tell your friends. And tomorrow we're going to have more of the same, kind of. You know, a little bit preview tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to be playing on Gold Stake. And the goal is not going to be high score. It's going to be high ante. And, you know, maybe there's some overlap there, but we're going to see some endless gameplay.
Oh, yeah. We will bring Orange Aces in for a quick interview since they were top of the leaderboard today. So if you want to hop in, and then we'll chat with him briefly, and then we'll let y'all go. Welcome,
Sounds
Orange.
good.
Congratulations on a fantastic first day performance. How you feeling?
I feel great. I mean, I think the best thing I did the whole time was just play really fast, and I feel like maybe that was my edge versus other people, but I don't know.
Oh, we saw such a wide range of you know, different strategies. It was interesting that there was such a variety.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think especially
we're definitely the fastest though.
Right, especially in those first and second seeds, the extra information that you got really seemed to give you an advantage in putting up a big score. There's the final seed, while, you know, it gave you a lot of cool stuff, was very difficult to scout just because there's so many different variables at play.
Yeah, I mean, the final seed, I was planning on just trying to rip a run through all 3 decks, but I realized after the first one took me a little bit longer, I was just going to try and go back to the deck that I was most comfortable with and do a little bit better. But the second seed, I think because I played it so fast, I think I heard you talking about it before, is I was able to line up everything on that very final hand because I had that information. And I think that was really helpful for me to kind of remain a decent score.
Exactly. Yeah. Great job. I mean,
Thank
the
you.
whole day, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, after the first game, I really had no idea where I stood in the competition. So to actually be placed at number 1, I was very shocked with a 5 billion score. I thought someone for sure would have outclassed that, but got lucky.
They were a little tricky.
Yeah,
Trying to find those routes. If you haven't like done a lot of this stuff before, like a few of us have done some of these events where routing is important, and also just finding the line early too helps you out a lot, because you can go through and get at least a score on the board to come back and try to get something a little bit better in with the time remaining. And you were able to do that consistently throughout all the rounds, which is a very impressive and fun to watch.
Yeah, thank you. And I really appreciate you hosting this event and Roffle reaching out for me to even be a part of the event. I know I wasn't originally even on the main roster, but I'm very thrilled to be here and happy that it happened.
Yeah,
Glad
we're
to have you.
grateful to have you again, and happy to see you put up a fantastic showing on day 1, giving your partner a strong start for tomorrow.
He is very, very scared. I tell you in my chat, he is shaking in his boots right now that we're sitting up top. So we'll see how he performs tomorrow.
It'll be great. But
Okay,
Orange,
thanks,
thank you
everyone.
so much
Yeah.
for the last minute ad and jumping into chat with us. And congratulations again on a fantastic day 1. And thanks for being here. We appreciate it a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll tune in tomorrow. Thanks, guys.
GG's.
Take care, man.
All right, chat. Like I said, stick around. We'll be doing some giveaways in the chat, and we'll see how much longer we'll go. I haven't eaten today, so probably not much longer. But stick around. And then Doc and Roffle, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. Always a blast hanging out with y'all. And I'm so glad that you guys could carry the commentary while I was doing stuff behind the scenes, because I definitely would not be able to do both, especially at the level of detail and commentary that you guys provide. It's just fantastic.
Again, you served it all up to us and gave us the opportunity to just sit here and yap for a bit. So thank you for that. And
Yeah.
running production while also being, live at the same time is very difficult work. So, and you did a phenomenal job. So thank you for that.
That's what I was gonna say. Is it's hard for me to do commentary and gameplay at the same time, and so I have to stop to explain what I'm thinking, and so trying to do commentary at the same time as doing production and like doing the screen switching. I'm glad I didn't have to. Really thankful you were able to shoulder that burden for us.
Yeah, we had a couple of hiccups, but we do have a few things to work on. And fantastic day, $13,883. Blew past our original goal in day 1. Still have a whole other day to go. We'll be cooking on some additional milestones and rewards for tomorrow. But with that, Roffle, Doc, thank y'all so much. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
Yeah, stick around. If you're watching on Twitch, you're going over to Murphy right now. If you're on YouTube, whatever channel you're on, come over to Twitch if you want to be involved in the giveaways, and go to Murphy's channel. You folks have earned those giveaways, so make sure that you're present for them.
Yeah. Also, if you have ideas for donation milestones for tomorrow, drop it in the Discord. Let us know.
All right. Bye, chat. Have fun.
Bye, y'all.
Thanks for hanging out.
Hey guys, I just wanted to drop by, give